Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 18th of October 2025 and we are going to be doing some racing analysis today at Randwick. It's a big day here at Randwick. Today we have one of the biggest races in Australia, the Everest, here at Randwick. We've raced here quite a few times and the ground reading today is good. The last time I checked, we've got 10 races. About this track, we have 410 meters straight which is this section of the track. This is 410 meters. They have, some of the best stocks in New South Wales, and it is hands down the place today in Australia to watch or enjoy horse racing. So we'll see what we can do here today. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock. If we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates, if we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results. However, if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out. So that's all that we do, and we'll take a look at what's the thing going on with the first race today here. Starts in 26 minutes. We'll take a look at the odds. $8,536. So that 8 is the favorite. Now, this is the first one, okay? This is the first one. It's a 1400 meter. This one is coming from gate number 5. It's the largest in a drift, and it has substantial pressure on this. That is not right. That should not be the case. It should go down. But I'm not going to contradict the first one, and that's the favorite. That's the favorite. But here is the thing: if we look through the general arrangement that generally plays out, so we look through the pressure. So 5 has the highest pressure. This one, the 6, which is the linear, doesn't have pressure, so it is also a maiden. It's got it is not a horse that has actually won. It got into the second positions, but that's the linear. doesn't have pressure. Plus, there is a little problem here. That's that. Okay. So if we look through the pressure line up till here, the 5 is not in a great shape. It is also a mismatch. I don't know if that'll work. It may not. It's the first one. This one is again a mismatch. The one which actually is capable and maybe win is this one, the 3. But the problem is the 3 is with Mr. Champion J Ford. So I'm not going to risk it on the first one with J Ford. Ideally, what it should be is that's the linear. This is the second linear. This has got pressure. This is losing pressure. Advantage rating. So it should be 3, 4, and 10. That should be the scene. It should be gate number 6, 8, and 7. 3, 4, 10. But like I said, this one is with J Ford. This gentleman is quite capable of doing wonders, and until and unless I am sure about what he is doing today, I'm not going to risk anything on J Ford. So yeah, that 4 is a check, which is here. It's with Rachel King with advantage, pretty much neat on its own. The 8 is the favorite. It's the largest in a drift. I mean, generally how it works is if the linear had pressure, it's either the linear and the EW or the linear and the drift. So this is right now becoming a bigger drift with a lot of advantage. And this one, for some reason, there's a little pressure on this horse. I don't know what, but having said that, 8 is the best hand. 8 probably is the best hand. Then 9. These are the best hands. Here, if we look at 4, they're bleeding 58%. 3 is with him. So all that is there. The 2 is bleeding 68%. So all that is there. Now, the 8 is the best hand. But because of the best hand, if it wins, then it wins. However, the strength is here. 3, 4, and the 10. But they are pathetic in their management. 3 is with J Ford. This one is with Rachel King. Somehow it is bleeding 60%. Not so sure about what they probably can do or what their judgments are going to be. But through the numbers, that's how it should have worked. But the first one will just wait and watch how the ground plays. The ground is good as of now. And that's more or less what we have. Now the 8, the highest leverage is on 3. The second highest leverage is on 5, which is here. So these are all good hands. These are all bad hands. Okay. These are all good hands, but bad horses. These are bad hands with better horses. So here things can go wrong, and things can go wrong, and how they can go wrong, I will figure it out. But through the numbers, even if we see the challenge between all these horses, if these 3 horses are 0 0 0, all right, out of which this is the highest pressure line, then definitely an advantage has to be there. So that is also the right, that is the smallest challenge after 0 0, and this is the highest rated. Even if we take out the challenge, then also it stays the highest with 0 pressure on this horse. So ideally that should work, but we'll just give it a break. We'll not get into this. We will not try anything on this. This is the first one. We'll take a look at this and see how this works. I would have had a lot more confidence on this combination if this was not ridden by J Ford. If the 3 was not ridden by J Ford, I would have had a lot more confidence in this. But somehow we've seen what he does and what he is capable of. So that's that side of the story. The 4 is a check. The 10 is up here. 0 pressure. And the 8 is the favorite, which is the best hand. If they go, if it doesn't have the pressure to win, 1400 meter, it doesn't have the pressure to win. The winning pressures are somewhere else. It is here. If he fails, then it is here, number 5. But the 5 is also not in a great shape. It is here. So the winning pressures are here, here, here. 233, 190, 244. Out of which all of them has physics. All of them has physics. So they are all in a position to do this. But generally it is the pressure that will help them win. And the pressure here with one of the best horses is 3, which is run by J Ford, and then it falls to 4, which is Rachel King. Rachel King is fantastic, but here there is a problem with their management. I don't know why it is like that with Rachel King in a company. That should not be the case, but it looks like they kind of been making bad decisions. 8 is the best hand. So we'll see how it works. The 8 is the favorite. The first one I'm going to watch. Dow's, welcome back. John, welcome back. Gatekeeper, welcome back. John, impressed with the coffee cup field. We will not get the paddock today. That's that. We will not have a paddock. But Randwick will be there in maybe about 3-4 minutes. We've got just the Moffat will in between. So once Morph is over, they're going to take it to Randwick. We'll see. Just keep it here till the time we have the feed. We're just taking it to Morph. They're taking it to Morph. Another 2 minutes, I think. Adaman, welcome back. PC, welcome back. Come on.
Leading horse exhibitors, breeders, and trainers rely on Livermore to deliver unrivaled results across all equine horse sales and in racing animals. Livermore is the essential ingredient for that perfect coat, with ingredients all selected for their ability to improve skin and coat condition. Add Livermore Feed Optimizer pellets for horse health, growth, and performance, and the Livermore grooming range to stand out from the crowd. See your local feed stockist or our website for more information. Tab. We're on for Saturday racing. Check My Offers on the Tab app for exclusive racing offers available now to use on races 1 to 6 across 3 big tracks this Saturday. Tab. We're on.
Chances are you're about to lose. With Brad Davidson and Ben Way, and they'll be trackside all day for us on the massive day at Randwick on a good 4 surface. The first is a Group 3 for the 3-year-old fillies, original Allen quality at the 1400 metres, and Brad Davidson siding with Miles of Glory off the strong maiden win at Kimbler Grange last time out. Ace to beat 7, 4 and 3. His numbers in full. We've got joint favourites on the tab fix. Samarel number 5, which is $5.50 into $4.40. Blinkers first time. Freshen, close up 5th of the trials after running 2nd at Kimbler last time out after winning at Newcastle on debut. It's attracting good interest. Miles of Glory, $4.20 this morning. Late $4 to $4.60 on the second line. Snitzel Dancer, $4.80. Pretty solid around that figure. Chatterley is $6.50 into 6 back to $6.50, and Panova went up at $7.50 and you're shopping at $9 currently. That's the read on the tap fixed on race number 1. Let's check in with Ben Way and Brad Davidson right now, starting the big day. Formal hi to you guys.
Yeah, g'day to you as well, Marto. What a huge day we have in store. You've detailed it well. The first race, well, last year this race was won by an emerging star in Aliana. She was $11 that day, and a couple of weeks later she won the Group 3 Carbine Club. Was luckless in 1,000 guineas, and by the autumn she's winning an Australian Derby by 5 lengths. So let's hope we unearth a future star today. Bradley, good to see you. Great to see you out on track. It must be refreshing usually living there in the studio with Marto, but I tell you what, this is a big day and a big race. Who do you like in the first?
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Benny, Marto, everyone at home, Gator, and yeah, look, it's going to be a tremendous day. Look at the crowd already. They're in nice and early, and you're right, Joey Stark come through this race.
Yeah, 3
as well, so it's been a
is with J Ford.
For me, I've got 3 bets in the race. I've backed Miles of Glory. It's my top pick. I think she's going to love the 1400. I've something on Panova, thought might be the Chris Waller horse coming through the grades, and something out wide on Lady Pankhurst, who I think will lead. They're the 3 little specs I've had in the first, but keenest on Miles of Glory.
Yeah, Samarel currently our favourite, a Savabeel filly with O'Shea and Charlton. Zach Lloyd on for the first time as she comes to town after 2 starts at the Provincials. Over 1,200 on debut at Newcastle. She was second last and got up in the last few bounds, and then at 1,400 last start at Kembla got rolled into $1.75. But again, settling second last and just missing on that occasion. The horse that beat her,
Yeah, I just get a little
giving age and experience away to a few
I don't know.
good mares on that day. So I can understand.
I get goosebumps with J Ford.
Line we have Miles of Glory, and I agree with you. It's certainly the one I'd prefer to be with. The 3 at $5, and we're talking $7 or more the rest. Any final thoughts before we get out the down?
Give us an idea on how the track's going to play today, Ben. I think it'll be pretty fast, but I think they'll be able to make ground. Like I said, I think Miles of Glory gets that lovely run behind the speed. I think she'll love 1,400 today.
What a way to start Everest Day. The first of 5 Group 3s, coupled with the Kosciuszko, Big Dance Wildcard, the Silver Eagle, and 2 enormous Group 1s. For a day like that, you need Sydney's premier race caller. So with a couple left to load, let's get out to Darren Flindell for the call of the Reginald Allen Quality for 2025.
For the barrier blanket goes in. Thanks, Ben. Last couple going forward here. The fillies will be running shortly. Kakadu Sunset is buzzing up there, and they're working on her to go forward in the hands of Jim Clark. She's carrying the 58 Kakadu Sunset. There's Miles of Glory with the barrier blanket on going forward. And Panova on the outside will be the last of 11 to move in. For the first on tap Everest Day at Randwick. Very big crowd building up on this perfect spring day. There's the light. Stand by. Starter about to release the field, and they're off and racing down the first. And there was a starter's dream. Panova's taken back. Lady Pankhurst jumped well. Snitzel dances in the firing line. Chatterley's right there from Emmeline. Then Samarel parked down on the rails, full of love, right out on the black cap. Further back to Kakadu Sunset, inside Miles of Glory. 2 further back to Profoundly, travelling strongly from Lighthouse Lass. And Panova's been taken back to last. So Lady Pankhurst won the speed battle. From Snitzel Dancer, Chatterley a clear third now. Samarel's railing through into decent position on the rails with full of love caught deep. Further back to Emmeline, who's tugging along. Miles of Glory at 3 wide with some cover. Further back to Sunset, Lighthouse Lash Profoundly, and Panova is the last one, 600 to go. Lady Pankhurst a half in front to Snitzel Dancer, then Full of Lava, followed by Samarel, tucked on the inside of Chatterley. Now Miles of Glory being stoked up as they straighten up. Lady Pankhurst shows the way by two. Samarel being sold up to give chase from Snitzel Dancer under the pump. They're followed then by Full of Love, Miles of Glory. Panova's coming with a good run down the outside. Kakadu Sunset up the fence. Lady Pankhurst, Samarel, and now Panova went whoosh wide out. Panova charges to the lead from Samarel, and Panova wins the first by 3/4. Samarel.
7.
On into third, fourth between Kakadu Sunset profoundly. Then Lighthouse Lass, Miles of Glory, Lady Pankhurst, Schnitzel Dancer got very tired. Further back to Full of Lava, and then
756.
one of the last to finish.
Well, and over in Tommy Berry, he gets his.
756. 7. 5. Then 6. 756. This was the first one, all right. So things were like that. 3. I had a doubt. This gentleman is. I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to go with him. Simple as that. And the 4 was a check. It was doing well, but somehow there is a different kind of a pressure on this horse. And Rachel King, she raved that horse so badly. It was not supposed to be raved. It had the advantage, could have gotten in, but it lost gas at the last moment because it was so badly raved. And out of all this, the 8 did not fit any bill. If this was 38 at 34, the 7 was 39. It was going through a back phase, but was at a 0. So the 7 went through. Mr. J. Ford. We'll go to the next. No scratching. 9, 6, 2, and 7. 9, 6, 2, and 7. So 9 is the favorite. Again, it's the same thing. The 9 doesn't fit the bill. The 9 is the favorite because J-Mac is riding. 9 is the favorite because J-Mac is riding. So it's a 2600 meter. That's the first thing. Now, whoa. I mean, 2600 meters. So linears are good up till 2000 meters. Linears are good up till 2000 meters. This is a linear. Now here again the bill fits with 11. This gentleman is good, but again 11 is with J Ford, so we'll stay out of that. That is not possible. The 6 is good. 6 is the highest rated. That's very good. The 6 is good. All right, it has the rails. Even if we take it out, it still is the highest. We take out the challenge, it's the highest. 6 is good. 11 probably, I don't know. He is capable of doing all that, he's capable of doing all that. So why 11? First of all, rails do not matter. It's at 2600 meters, so rails will not matter. So why 11 will fit the bill. Out of all these horses, all right, these 4 horses which are on the top tier, this is the highest pressure. This one has very high pressure, but generally that does not work on a 2600 meter. We needed a 5-year-old mare. We don't have that. That too is the linear. It has the physics, but that thing is irrelevant here. Ideally 11 is with the body weight, with a torque, and it is the second linear with a lot of relaxation. The pressure is good. Comes from gate number 11 on a 2600 meter. It should not be a problem, but that's what it is. The 9, I don't know. It does not. If that's an 84, this is an 84 too. All right. If that's an 84, this is an 84 too. If this is at 23, this is at 10, mirroring at 12. So the advantage goes to 10 in that case. 9 does not fit the bill. If we take 2 is with Damian Lane. There's a possibility. There's a possibility that 2 will go. And the 6 is going to be there. With that rating, it cannot go wrong. The question is the 9, whether the 9 is making sense. The 9, I think, is because of J-Mac. That's all that 9 is all about. I think it is all about J-Mac, but it does not fit the right bill. There are other possibilities that can happen, and I mean, these 2 are there, but they're also like that. We've just had that scene here. They just did not get there, right? They just did not get there. So that did not happen. So the 2 is a fair chance. The 2 and 6 with the drop. And then I don't know if the 8 is going to repeat the same thing, because the 8 in the same race last year, it came in second. Okay, this one was second in the last year. That's a lot of advantage on this horse, but it is also an 8-year-old gelding. So this, I don't know. I mean, that looks like a straight line. 6, 8, 11. He is definitely, disappointment. I don't know what he can do and what he will do. 9 is very questionable. 9 is very questionable. If we take out that difficulty, it will become 81. And if we take out that difficulty, it will become 81.5. So 2 is definitely better than 9. 10, I mean, if we compare 9 and 10, then 10 has the advantage. Both of them are 84, okay? And 10 has a better resume as well. It has been into Group 1 races and league races and all that. 9 somehow does not fit the bill. The 2 is the linear here. It's with Damian Lane. And Damian Lane knows this horse. I hope he does the justice. But actually, if we look at the possibilities of doing this, it is basically 11. But 11 is again with J. Ford. I feel very helpless when he is here. So I don't know if J. Ford will be able to do this, and definitely in that case the preference definitely goes to the linear, because this one is with J. Ford. This stays here. The 9 has the best hand. That is true. 9 has the best hand. One of the best hand. The best is probably 6, which is, I guess, Chris Waller. That's one of the best horses here. So that's definitely there. But it's a 6-year-old gelding. Will it win? It may actually, but 2 and 6 maybe is a better thing. The 9 is the favorite because of Mr. J Mac, who's here. 9 is the favorite because of J Mac. But that's not the horse. Winning is difficult. So what happened here is this was not the right pressure for winning. It was not the right pressure. The pressure was here. But he put that horse upside down. So where it went is here. With another one with 0. So if they do all that stuff, that's very difficult to work with. But yeah, the 2 generally 2600 meters. The linears are not the horses. They are not the horses. The linears are not the horses for 2600 meters. That's not the thing. For 2600 meter, you have to have a horse which has a very strategic pressure on this horse, like of advantage, has a lot of advantage, but it is again an 8-year-old. Can it do it? I mean, in that case, the 11 is nullified. Both of them are 95. Take out the advantage, then this is the advantage on this horse. They are in a bad state, but this doesn't look like in a bad state, but it is an 8-year-old over a 2600 meter. They are like that. Nine is the best hand. It's a drift. But for a drift, the pressure had to drop. Here it was the same thing. See, the 8 was a drift. It is the largest in a drift. For this to work, the pressure had to drop. The pressure was huge. A drift cannot work. I mean, that's a mismatch. It's a mismatch. A drift with pressure is like a white coal or a black coal. Oxymoron. That do not work. They just don't work. Here it is okay. The 2, the 6, they are not in a position. 6, 8, 2. I think it is here. The 9 doesn't fit the bill, and then it drops here 78, 13, 2, 3, 57, 32, 95. Man, very, very questionable. This 8-year-old. I like it. The 8 I definitely like, but it is an 8-year-old. How will that work? We'll see how it works. I don't like any of those. Frank, welcome back, Frank. Long time. Things have been okay, Frank. I'm surviving. I'm going to be here. But great to see you back, Frankie. Yes. These first couple of races are, they look like the first, at least the first one was definitely a bummer. This one, maybe, let's just see. The problem is we are not getting the paddock. We don't know which one is getting tailed and which one is not getting tailed. But that shouldn't be a problem. I mean, it's a big day, but the I don't know. I get goosebumps when some of the best horses are with, you know, J Ford. I get goosebumps. I don't know what to do. I like the horse, but I just don't want to risk it on him. I like the horse. I just don't want to risk it on him. He's a genius.
The track, Ben Way, Brad Davidson.
Yeah, thanks very much, Marto. And this is where we get to see the first of the William Haggis trained runners.
There's a possibility, Frank, that
Punters are well aware of it because this is one of the better backs runners.
the 6 is good.
And they were
The
keen to
2
jump
is
in nice and early. Has been emerging through the staying ranks over there in the UK. Whether it be autumn or spring, if William Haggis brings one to Sydney, we take no credit.
We do take no credit. He looked pretty good in the yard. So maybe getting a little warm, but look, there's 24 runners out here in Sydney, William Haggis.
It's very difficult. 2600 meter, the linears, generally, it's very difficult for the linears. It's not easy. 2600 meter is a huge distance. Saruman on 3. Yeah, that 3 is a scary one, Adaman. It looks like it's possibly, if things go upside down, it possibly has a possibility to be there in some way. The 3 is like that.
He's the best weighted horse here today in Sydney.
Well, yeah, I guess that's part of the debate, isn't it? I think Soul of Spain has a good chance. More Felons, undoubtedly a chance. The SP are concerned for me, but I can take what Brett says under advisement. I had a luncheon yesterday with Tommy Berry, and he was very excited to be getting on this horse. He carries just half a kilo more and drops a Group 3 company here. That's another key.
Yeah, that's the key with More Felons. Is he meets Soul of Spain 6.5 kilos better from the other day. He beats Travolta 5 kilos better. I just can't see.
This one is an 8-year-old. Last time it came in second. I checked the results.
2600
that 8 came in second, but last year it was at least 7 years old.
Okay, well, let's talk about the international then, that being horse 9, Sam Hawkins. So, this is the horse that I was keenest to back, and I dare say I'm no orphan there. As I said, the money is on. So, he won 3 on end in the UK before making the trip here. Those wins were at 2,500, 2,600, 2,800, and that was only 11 weeks ago. So, there's residual fitness there. Their stats have proven themselves superior here in Sydney. Features time and time again. James McDonald is a big plus as well. 5. For me, he ticks a lot of boxes. If there was to be a query, I think it's probably the ground. His wins have all been on rain-affected ground, and he's unplacing 4 runs on top of the ground.
Yeah, that's it. And, one of his wins was on a poly track as well. So that was my concern, particularly on the fast ground today, just how he's going to handle that. It's also a bit new for him, Benny. I look at him in the yard, and he was looking around like, what is this joint? This is a bit different to what I'm used to. 50,000 people at Randwick. So I think he's short enough here. His ratings overseas are dominant. In fact, More Felons rated better last start than his last 3 wins overseas.
Okay, into $2.25 now. Let's get your selections before we have a look at these holes.
Yeah, for me, I'm with More Felons. He's my value bet of the day. I thought they went up 460. I thought that was the wrong price. 692 and 3 my numbers, but I just think you back him. I think he's the bet in the race and one of the better bets of the day.
Okay, there's about 40% more going the way of Sam Hawkins at the moment than that gallop of More Felons. It falls off a cliff after that. Soul of Spain is the 3rd best backed runner. That one at Oxford has had a little bit of specking Wycliffe. But at the moment, there's only one losing result from Tab's End, and that is Sam Hawkins. And I tell you, over the years, they've lost plenty with the William Haggis trained gallopers coming here. So, as mentioned at the top there by Marto, this is one of the oldest races on the Australian calendar, 1841. How old were you back then?
I was, minus, 100 and rich.
So that was an unnecessary drive.
Just quickly on Wycliffe, he ran 8th in the Metrop last year.
It's J-Mac.
This year he ran 9th in the
9 is the favorite because of J-Mac, Adaman.
For roughing punters, you could do worse.
Okay, before
J-Mac is on 9.
Grandstand has won this race, and it's been Melbourne Cup winners, Caulfield Cup winners, some who've claimed the six horses like Bozan have won it over the years. The honour roll really does speak for itself. Far out.
They're often racing. Asterix immediately taken back. Now, who's going to lead? The favourite Sam Hawkins is one of them there. Son of Sun from Barrier 1, the initial leader. Etna Rosso handy. Sam Hawkins under restraint. Don Diego de Vega is going forward out wide. Boy, this is a saunter early. Orphelon's close enough from Travolta. Solar Spain out going back now. Don Diego de Vega from Asterix Trust in You, Whitecliff's last of all. Well, James McDonald's allowing the favourite Sam Hawkins to go to the front. Nobody else wanted it. So the favourite leads here, Sam Hawkins turning out of the street. And Solar Spain's going to stride up on the outside to second. And the long shot New Zealander here, Son of Sun, comes third the rails. Followed by Etna Rosso fourth. Travolta No Luck 3 wide in the early stages. Followed by Asterix down the inside of the position. 2 further back to More Felons. Then came Asterix position down on the rails. 2 off to Trust in You from Wycliffe. Don Diego de Vega 8 lengths off the leaders last of all. So Sam Hawkins has had a been jogging a lot as to Travolta. The Rosso and nose to Travolta. Solar Spain maybe third in front of More Felons. Photos for all placings. Then Asterix, Trust in You, Don Diego de Vega. Sam Hawkins, No Excuses, a gap to Wycliffe. And Son of Sun.
3.
Finish.
3.
Agonisingly tight. My leaning to the naked eye would be to the outside, that being horse 3, Etna Rosso, who was travelling in behind them. Forget the big price. If you had a bet at the top of the turn, it would probably have been on Etna Rosso. But absolutely bullying its way back with Travolta, and it is agonisingly tight.
7 and 3.
Agonisingly tight. In fact, Travolta will stick the beak out on the inside and win. So
7, 3, 2, 6.
I can see a lip out there. A lip to the 7. 7, 3.
No.
2 and 6.
7, 3, 2, 6.
We need to confirm it, but that's certainly how it looked to me. Yeah, it certainly does look to me as well. Horse won the race. He sat wide.
7. It's difficult. I mean, for the linears, it is difficult to get into a 2600 meter. This was a good one. The 7 did win. The 7 did win because it had a better jock, I think, or the same. It's the same. But this one was a better horse. It did not match the profile, but it still did win. And the 3 was there in some way. I mean, things were supposed to go upside down on this one. Things were supposed to go. The 9 did not fit the bill. It was because of J-Mac why it was favorite. This is the problem when the odds, they work like this, you don't know what to do. So the 9, I mean, the 2 was difficult. It is not so easy for a high pressure horse to win a 2600 meter. It generally doesn't work. The 11 had slaughtered that, so not good. 31, 30, 31.2, 31.2. So they're like neck to neck. Neck to neck. This one also had the body weight a little lighter than 11, but definitely a better jock. It is very neck to neck. We should have focused a little more to get this, but this was neck to neck. This is 103, this is 104. Okay. This is 103, 104. It did not have the body weight, but had the pressure. So that's not the thing. This one definitely did not have the body weight but had advantage. The 3 was there in some form. Anyway, we'll go to the next. We need a good one. So far it has been funny. Three. 13 has been scratched. 13 is not there. 5, 14, 6 and 10. 5, 14, 6 and 10. 5, 14, 6 and 10. 5, 14, 6, 10. So it's again a 1600 meter. We just did a 1600 meter up here. No, that was a 1400 meter. So that's not enough. From gate number 14, it will not work. From gate number 14. 5, 21. 79, 12, 40, 18, 41, this 12 is good. The 12 is good. In a very good position. Okay, so what is there with 5? The 5, it's a 1600 meter, right? It's the same thing here. The 9 did not fit the bill. All right. The 7 went through. Why? Because of the torque and the body weight. All right. Because 11 was with the champion. So the 7 went through. That was the largest inner. And that was the body weight. It had the torque. It went through. Here again, 5 is the same thing. It is the third linear. There are 2 problems with this. Being a third linear, 1600 meter, you obviously need a little pressure to win this. Firstly, that is not there. Secondly, it is like that. It is not doing great. Here, that did not happen. Here, these are the people. These are the horses. Here, it is again like that. Not doing great, all right? And thirdly, it doesn't have the rails. It's a 1600 meter. It doesn't have the rails. So winning is difficult. Winning is difficult. But here, if we look at these horses, so 10 has the pressure, the highest, but it is also from gate number 14. It's a 6-year-old gelding. Difficult. Can it get a place? It's a linear. Probably it will. But winning is definitely difficult from gate number 14. I mean, we have seen horses winning from gate number 14, but for that, you need a pressure of at least, 180, 150 and above. 150 and above. 44 from gate number 14 is difficult. So probably it will go on advantage. So the 12 is good. It has the body weight, has the torque, has the pressure. It's the second linear. The 12 should not be a problem. It is also a very good horse. It is also a very good horse. When I'm looking at RaceNet, it's like constantly 1, 1, 1, 1, and then came into second 5 weeks ago at Dunkery. So this is a good one. Okay, this is a good one. This is not bad. This is good. This drops, but is a very high rating. And this is the EW, which is in between. It's probably here, 12, 14, 4. The 4 is in a tight spot. It has a lot of advantage. It is also from a very good gate, which is gate number 1, but that is also a problem because with this what is this advantage if we try and figure out what this advantage means? This advantage basically is you can't rave this horse. All right, you can't rave this horse. You have to take it at the 400 meters, and it will not lose gas. It'll just fly. It'll just fly. For the linears, you have to rave. You race it. This thing will fly at the last 400 meters. But the problem is when that advantage is given to gate number 1, there's going to be traffic in front of this horse. There's going to be traffic in front of this horse. So that's a tricky one. When it is gate number 1 with that advantage, it becomes a little tricky. 2 has the right pressure. This thing has the right pressure. It is the linear, second linear. The first one is here, but that's gate number 14. This is gate number 2. Has the pressure. It's a brilliant horse, should not be a problem. The challenge is huge. 99, even if we take it out, it becomes 94, I think. 94. This will become 101. This will become 101. It's probably here. 5-2. If the 4 doesn't get in between. The 4 has a lot of chance to get in between, but having said that, this gate number 1 is a little difficult for this advantage to work. If this was gate number 5, it is brilliant. It is gate number 1. So that makes it a little dicey. You can't rave this. Like here, she was raving this horse, okay? You're not supposed to rave this horse. This horse is capable of doing this at the last 400 meter. There's no need to rave this. 5, I don't know. 5 looks dicey. It doesn't fit the bill. 12 looks good. We'll see how it works. I like the 12. Let's see. Mission Caulfield. Let's watch Caulfield.
Spicy Lou is about to join them. Just a journey, 260 favourite ahead of Yum at $8.20 and Just Kick at $9.70. Rusu Ojo, who took on the superimposed last start, is going to be one of the last.
Arman, 693 Caulfield.
Patiently with also Future Frankie. So a full gate of fillies here for the Ethereal, and they're locked away. Stand by, and they're racing. Just a Journey, the favourite, jumped away well with also Grand Omaha after Summer is probing up on the inside. Arizona Luck from the deep isn't far away, and Spicy Lou is going to cut across their heels as also right up with the speed. So after 300 metres, Spicy Lou is going to lead by a couple of lengths. 2 in second, Grand Omaha after Summer the inside. Just a Journey's up there too, and Arizona Luck about 2 further back as Future Frankie Zuclair. Next in the field is Classic Gem, who's wide and trying to find a position. Just Kick on the rails from Mother Duck, and then came Lufatar also between fillies. Got a bit tight as they go up the hill. Yama's second last. Marisu Ojo is at the tail of the field. So Spicy Lou is the leader. 1,200 metres to go by a length and a quarter. Second is Arizona Luck, 3/4 of a length away. The favourite Just a Journey, and fourth Grand Omaha. After Summer, fifth on the fence. A length and a quarter, Zoo Clear. And then came Future Frankie as they just start to string out a little bit better. Classic Gem is next, and they were followed by Yum Deep. Next is Just Kick from Mother Duck, and second last Lufatar. And Marisu Ojo to the railway side. Spicy Lou is the leader. 850 metres to go. Leading out by a length and a quarter. Arizona Luck is second. Third on the inside, Just a Journey's had a pretty cushy run. Fourth in the race, Grand Omaha. A length away after Summer and Zoo Clear. They were followed by Classic Gem as they start to pack up again. Future Frankie on the inside from Yum, who's 9 off the lead. Just Kick as well. Back 2 lengths, Lou for Marisu Ojo. And Mother Duck has dropped away. Spicy Lou approaching the corner. 400 metres to go from Grand Omaha on the outside, and Just a Journey got through between fillies too. Then came After Summer, whacking away as Classic Gem to the outside from Future Frankie, but Spicy Lou had a kick. 200 metres to go. Spicy Lou 2 lengths in front. Just a Journey stretching together. Then After Summer, Spicy Lou 100 to go, getting weary. Still a length and a quarter. Just a Journey. Spicy Lou drifting out but wins. Spicy Lou 3/4. Just a Journey. After Summer, Classic Gem. A gap to clear Future Frankie, followed by
Spicy Lou.
Followed by Lufatar, Arizona Luck, and Young towards the end of the field, a long last Mother Duck. And Spicy Lou home for Nashua Weller at 6.
They're showing Wagga. Wagga is also not a problem.
And it's 135. Also, we would get it there. What about the start? Trips in favour, they're off.
Line began okay. Mr. Tadashi was speeder. And also pushing forward, Goofanator and Pimpernel's not far away. Owned Them is drifting across from out wide. Then came Will to Excel, and Hard as Hell goes back to the end of the field. Inside the 100 the first time, but the favourable strike to the front. Dreamstone passing the winning post out by 2.5. Goofanator is second, and Mr. Tadashi is tucked away third. Owned Them fourth on the outside. Then came Pimpernel, 3 lengths away, Will to Excel, and half a length away, Hard as Hell now tacking on. They're spread out over some real estate here, and the favourite's going pretty quickly in front. Dreamstone as they pass the 1800, led by 5 lengths. Mr. Tadashi is second, and Goofanator travels third, 1 away from the rail. Then came Pimpernel on the inside of Own Them. A further 2 Hard as Hell, and Will to Excel's over on the rail. Last spotting the leader about 10 lengths. Into the back, 1,500 metres left to run. Dreamstone is running along, led by 5 or 6. Mr. Tadashi is in second, and third is Goofanator. A further 2 lengths away, fourth over on the rail is Pimpernel, covered by Own Them. Hard as Hell is next to last, and Will to Excel is last of all as the favourite goes further in front along the back. It's the best part of 10 in front now, this favourite Dreamstone, as they go down past the 1100. Led the way, it's in second Mr. Tadashi, and third Goofanator. And 3 clear. Goofanator's got it in its sights owner, starting to bow it down. 5 away, Mr. Tadashi. Will to Excel starting to warm up as well. 200 metres left to run. Dreamstone is all out. The outside Goofanator's going to it, and Will to Excel's going to have a shot at the pair. 120 to go. Goofanator's just in front. Will to Excel grinding away. Here's Will to Excel. He's starting to really pick up. 50 to go, and he'll get up on the line, I'd say. Will to Excel might have just beaten Goofanator out of it. Third was Dreamstone. It's a fairly good run under the circumstances. Mr. Tadashi was next, then came further back in the field to Pimpernel and Hard as Hell, and a long break to Own Them.
Looks like it's a James Ponsonby striking the first at Wagga, with Will to Excel likely to nail Goofanator right at the stick. At Morfordville. On tap, Everest Day on Sky Racing 1. We are up to race number 3 and 17 days out from the big dance. Comes the big dance wildcard. First and second qualify for the big one with ballot exemption. Here's Ben and Brad.
160,000 in prize money for the race today, Marlo. A big shift towards the $3 million big dance, and as you mentioned, a chance to win through. So today is sort of the precursor. Today you're just wanting to get into the race, Bradley, and then you worry about the big dance later on.
I think the favourite of the race probably wasn't heading this way, I would suggest. It's with Falcon. They might have been looking at sort of Group 1s with him, but it's a nice little switch apart for him. He gets the chance today in a race.
5, 6, 12, Adam, man.
Another favourite that I'm happy to probably just steer around today.
Well, from that perspective, from a market side of things, as low as $2.70 at one point, Swift Falcon, while I kind of disagree with you in terms of I do think he's the horse to beat in this, $2.70 felt rock bottom, and we've seen that price just get out of touch again now. Is it from a price point perspective? Or, as you may have alluded to on radio, is it do you feel as though the hype is maybe unsubstantiated at this stage?
I think the hype was a little bit over the top in the last 12 months or so, but what concerns me most, Ben, is the way he's jumping out of the barriers. He's normally okay. Last start, he missed it badly in the Epsom, and that's my concern as we have a look at Vivier there. That's my top tip for the race, Benny, and I just think this horse sets up really well today. She ran second in this race last year behind Ducat, who's in it again as well.
Yeah, Adam, man, it's tricky as of now. It's tricky until and unless the field gets settled. They have these races to.
Second in the South Grafton Cup, so you're sort of little dance eligible at that point. Returning the Cameron was an absolute ripper, so I agree with you there. Magneteer looks a decent player in the race as well.
Yeah, he was in that same Cameron that Vivier comes through and wasn't far away. Probably could have done a little bit better there, but look, he's win at Eagle Farm prior to that. Gave him an aggressive ride pursuit. I think that's the key to him. If they can get him rolling, he's a momentum horse, and he's a really prover in the last 6 to 12 months. And also, haven't got
that was 4. 4 has a lot of advantage. It's just that it has to be ridden in a very strategic way. It is from gate number 1. That's the problem. Gate number 1 with that kind of advantage, what I've seen is, if you have a brilliant jock or a dedicated jock on this, it works fabulous. But the problem is that advantage from gate number 1 means it doesn't have the speed. All right, it doesn't have the speed. It's not a horse with speed. It's a horse that has
like I said,
tactical benefit.
be looking for one at better odds. I know he's not in my
So when it doesn't have speed, that means everybody is going to go in front of him. And when that happens from gate number 1, you're stuck in traffic. That's the problem.
Is Swift Falcon, the horse you can see on screen.
And if you rave it,
4 times more than the second leg.
it'll go out of gas.
3.5 times more than Vivian, who's the second best back runner in the race. And about 37% of the overall hold. So it is a big liability for our traders at this stage. And that money's kind of ramped up through the morning as well.
Frankie, 12 has a fair chance. I hope it does the justice. The 12 has a very, very strong chance.
Won at Derby with Falcons just flown home in a Group 1 Epsom. It's a strange concoction of horses and form lines, but it's what makes it beautiful, I reckon. They all share the same goal to qualify for the big dance. This is the wild card. Let's get your caller, Darren Swindell.
Scarlet Oak with just 53.5 on the back. Should you pull up with an issue in the golden...
What's wrong?
With Detonator Jack and Magneteer. So Detonator Jack goes into liner, Declan base. Declan will be aboard Pride of Jenny and the King Charles later today. And Magneteer now in the black jacket is the last to move in. Light on for the big dance wild card. Stand by for a start. Ready? And they're racing. Straight Ace was slow out. Lock Eagle taken back. Vivier jump well with Redstone Brilla. There's Magneteer showing great acceleration together with More Shoot is right in the thick of the action. Major Viola. Vivier now fourth. Ducas cross.
Yeah, last year, Araman, that was fabulous. Detonator Jack. Last year was good.
Now the favourite's got 4 runners behind him early. A jump of 2 to Straight Ace, Scarlet Ace there, and last of all, here's Grabini into the first turn, and Magneteer was able to lead them rather comfortably, up by a length and a half to Major Beale. More Shoots pulling hard in third, leaders back, and Vivier very well positioned fourth. 2 off to Detonator Jack on the outside of Ducas, then came Redstone Well, a half the inside to Hooligan Tommy. Swift Falcon's fifth last. Now he'd be at least 10 lengths off the leader approaching the turn. A length to Straight Ace from Scarlet Oak, then Lock Eagle, and Grabini is the last one. So Magneteer running them along at the 600 metres by a length on Major Bill, and More Shoot still trucking along. Vivian pulls out, it gets going. Then Detonator Jack, Ducas being roused up, looking for clear running. Swift Falcon 8 lengths off the lead. He's getting to the outside, up the rise now, and Magneteer in front with Vivier is closing in. Then More Shoot, Major Bill, Swift Falcon down the outside.
Come on, baby. 6.
Takes the lead inside the 150. The Falcon is starting to swoop. It's Vivier in front. Swift Falcon inch by inch. I think it missed. I think Vivier straight in from Swift Falcon. Photo finish. Not much in it for third. Hooligan Tommy, Ducas and Detonator Jack. The Magneteer, Morjud, Redstone Well, Major Bill, Scarlet Oak.
Got stuck.
Straight Ace and Grabini.
Looks like Vivienne may well see it out and just deny Swift Falcon. Thought at full speed.
What was the result? He got stuck. 4. I'll just get the numbers. Hold on. That thing just got stuck.
And it's pretty.
Nothing yet. Hold on 1 second. We'll get the numbers.
big. Shout out to owner.
They take a long time to update. Anyways, we'll get it.
Oh,
65412. 654 and 12. 654 and 12. What happened? 6. Four did get there. 654 and then 12. Four got there. Four got there. Four got third. That's that's because of the gate. If the gate was right, it could have gotten there. But what happened in here is this: that the problem is, so both of them had very hard difficulty. All right, that's the level of difficulty which is here: -6 and -5. And there were no jocks on this to handle that difficulty. That's what happened. The 5 was a misfit. The 5 was not in a winning position. The 5 could have gotten a place. That happened. The 10 was very far. The 6 was gate number 8 with advantage, was a 0-0 and went through. The 6. The 4 got there. 6. The 5 and 4 and 12. Yes, that's those are the numbers. We'll take a look at the 4th one. I mean, so far we've been getting all funny races. Somebody save us from these 1, 2, and 6 has been scratched. They're not here, so we have scratched them. 7, 10, 4, and 14. Seven, 10, 4, and 14. So this is again. This was from gate number 14. It was the pressure was 44. Right now it has gone double. Okay, is there a chance? become 92, 91, 7. We take out the difficulty, it still stays 106, 57, 36, 10. These two are contradicting each other. All right, both of them are 84. This is at negative 10. This is at negative. This is at 17. So I mean, in that case, 14 has the advantage. These two. This gets nullified. In between, we have this 90 from gate number 12, which is 13, which is lowest. That is a misfit. It is one of the linears, and that cannot be the pressure on that horse. That's a bad one. So that is bad. This is again gate number 1. So 14 probably, if ridden tactically, is there in some form, but what is the winning one? That is too far. So the 7 is good. Okay, the 7 is good. There are the problem. The problem with 7 is this, that it ran 2 weeks ago. It's on a leverage of 24%, and there is no jock on this horse. I am not sure if we still are on that, on those races, on those class of races where this is not a problem. So the leverage is the promotion. The leverage is the promotion of this horse. All right. This doesn't happen through handicapping. This is automatically, this happens when a horse wins or loses. So there's nothing to do with handicapping on this. This is just how the promotion is being given. The higher the number, the higher the promotion. The lower the number, lower the promotion. But with higher the promotion, you have to have certain things in place. First of all, you need to have a vacation to get accustomed with that promotion. I mean, think of making somebody who's not equipped to be the managing director of your company. So you suddenly make the cook the managing director of your company. The cook is going to spoil everything. Why? Because he's not accustomed. He doesn't know the duties of the managing director. So they kind of are being promoted. And the problem is they need to be trained on this. If they're not trained on this promotion, if they're not trained on that leverage, that becomes a tricky thing. So all these horses have, this is the highest leverage on this horse. Okay. That's 30%. And then, this is a drop in class. So this is what happens. Now that 10 is with the highest leverage. It is the linear 1600 meter. Up till 1600 meters, the linears should win. But there are two problems here. Firstly, even after the leverage, the pressure on this horse is about 90%, 90% approximately. Plus, it is coming from gate number 14. From gate number 14, I am not sure if this pressure is adequate. From gate number 14, I know anything above 150 is good, but we still haven't reached there. We are not in those class of races. This is 89 with a leverage. There is a jockey on this, which is Jack Lloyd and Zach Lloyd. I'm sorry. And it is coming from gate number 14. I like it. There's nothing not to like about it. This got the body weight. It has the torque. It has everything. But the problem is gate number 14. The 7, which is the favorite. Okay. The 7, which is the favorite, also has leverage. But it doesn't have a jockey to handle this. So the jockey, when I say it doesn't have a jockey, it means that it doesn't have a jockey who's handicapped rightly to complement this horse. We needed one of these guys in orange, but this guy is in green. He's not meant for pressure. This guy is meant for something like this. All right. Like here, you see that 4 got into a place. So this guy is meant for this. If you put this guy on here or here, which was equally bad. So if you put this guy here, then it becomes a problem. Here, this guy is on a pressure model. That's the problem. So it has the rating. 10 is 2 weeks Randwick, 30%. Zach is good, but if we take out the difficulty, it will become 91, and this will become 93. It will become 93. Doesn't have a jock. Doesn't have a jock. I 68, 76, 18. The problem is the gate number. If this is adequate, it is just the double. Here, that gate number 14 was at 44. Here, we rose up to 89. So, 89. What is the next one? This is a bad one. Here it is 57. This is worse. Here it is 160. Here it is 195. So that's 7. That is the best race today. Here we are at 89, 89, 14, 9, 10, 95, 1600, 14, 12, false 32, 56. This one is 89. This is 66. 3. 3 is a check. So this is gate number 14 at 84, 89. This is 68, 76. This one also is good, the 3. The difficulty is less here. But it doesn't have the body weight. It has a jock. 3 is what? Just feeling Tommy Berry. It's a very unreliable horse. It's a very unreliable horse. I don't know. I like the 10. I also like the 7. Both of them are good. But if somebody has to win, this is again a 1600 meters. So we just had a 1600 meter. Here the 6 won. Why? Because the pressure was not adequate from any of the gates. Okay. And this thing was on advantage. So the 6 went through. This did not fit the bill. It was not doing anything good. It just went through here. The 6. Okay. Here also it is, I mean, this is gate number 14. I mean, if this is gate number 14, we are at 89. We are at 76 on gate number 5, but it doesn't have the body weight, has a jock. 3 is being ridden by Tommy Berry. But it's a very unreliable horse. Relying on that horse is difficult. The 10 is good. The 7 is good. I think it should play the odds. It should play the odds. 7 and 10 should be there. 7 and 10. Yeah, 7 and 10 should be there. Not be a problem. 8 falls here. 37, 12, 14. But that fall is not of a help. The fall which is actually of a help is this one, which is here. This is a drop in class. So that I don't know. And this is very wild to expect the 15. So I am not expecting 15 to get in between. This is a drop-in class, but we just had a drop-in class here, right? The drop-in class, where is that? This one, 7 won the drop-in class. So here, this is strategically, if written, then it'll get there in some place. Winning, I definitely like this one. The 4 gets nullified. Why? Because this is 84, this is 84. If this is on 17 from gate number 10, this is from gate number 1 with negative 10. So advantage is with 14. So 4 is not the problem. The problem here is this gate number and this gate number. This is a very unreliable horse with the right gate and a very good pressure. And this is a reliable horse with a very bad gate and almost equal pressure. But we'll stick to the right horse. I mean, 10-7, I think, is what it is. Tuna, welcome back, Tuna. William, welcome back, William. Caulfield. Are they showing Caulfield? Not yet. They're on morph, bro. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. It'll take, we've got another 2 minutes to go for Randwick. Coffee on 8, Randwick. 4-4, yes, at more. Going all over the place.
Relief having seen that horse drifting in and out for the final couple of 100 metres.
10 is now favourite. 10 is favourite, but 10 is getting tailed. Frank 7 wins Randwick. 7 is very high rated. The only problem with that horse is the jock. Frank, he is not handicapped adequately.
Be a bit of luck, but look, I'm going for Perfumist, but amazing change in the market this morning with Autofly.
10 is now the favourite.
We'll have a look at that market as we do.
I like 10.
The primary chances in the race. We'll get the Perfumist.
I think it is. It's a 4-year-old mare. Getting tailed is not a problem for a 4-year-old.
But running the TV prior to that was good, as you can see. She's third pick in the market, and she
10-7.
ground today for that.
4 now.
She's a chance for sure.
The top two in the market. The 7 is Perfumist, a last start winner in slick time. Clearly benefited from the run at 1600 to start prior with that additional
8 win.
burn at both ends. Now third run at the mile. No reason to jump off. Main danger Idle Fly goes up 2 kilos on that run last start, where Perfumist drops a kilo, so 3 better for having beaten her 1.5 lengths. Gators a touch.
Kevin, welcome. Welcome to the group. Kevin. He is that huge.
Because there is a bit of pressure in this race, and Perfumist loves to lead. She ran quicker time than Autofly did, and the Epsom on the same day carry more weight if you don't mind too. So her win was out of this world last time. Which
I think the gate is tricky, but let's just keep the fingers crossed. Frank, the 7 is also good. I think it is a queen. 7-10 is a queen. Fabulous. Lee! Long time, Lee.
Perfumist is never ideal, as is barrier 15, but I think they'll spread out here. I think she'll get a chance to get in midfield or just forward in midfield. She's jumping out of the gates better. She's been a revelation this preparation. The first up win was great, second up fantastic, and then
16
with a second Perfumist the other day, considering they ran quicker time than Autumn.
Yeah, that is a very unpredictable one which is there. 16. It's a drop in class with the highest advantage.
She comes through. Was only half length off Verona Rose that day. She's had a couple of runs to build to the peak fitness, and 14 to 1600 is about the sweet spot there. Your selections?
With Perfumist, she's the best of the day for me. I really do think it's a race into. As long as it turns out okay for her.
Well, the 8 is not bad actually. But it's a Frankie is on the queen. I think it is a queen. Should work as a queen. 10-7 should work as a queen.
A few other races today. It was first run in 94 and won by Skywatch. Originally over the 1400, and here we are over the mile. The Pete Sarita won the race. Natoya, Dixie and Daisy, they both won it as well for Ron Quinton. In more recent times, of course, we saw Legfard win the race. Let's get to Darren for the call of the Yank States in 2025.
They place as Garter in is just buzzing up a bit behind the barriers. She's got herself in a mood. Further back, Shahisha, sweltering. Now, she comes into this as a maiden sweltering. Well, since she's arrived in Australia, they've aimed pretty high. She's been in a few Group 1s. And in the Group 3 today, sweltering. Damien Lane aboard, so she's going off at a good price. But we've obviously got a very high opinion of her dodging maidens running group races. Olympia moving in. She gave them a huge start last time and rattled home. Prior to that, went forward and ran extremely well. So Idle Fly now. Here's the last to move in. Idle Fly coming.
16 has a lot of advantage, Kevin. It's got a lot of advantage. But it is also going through a tough time.
Light on to the inning stage. Stand by. Gates are back now, and they're off racing. Idle Flies come out pretty well from the wide draw. Just Feeling Lucky rolls the dice early and takes the lead from Abalore. Perfumist out 3 deep, being pushed forward. Idle Flies going to settle about midfield now until these leaders sort out the action. And Abalore's the one to push on and takes it from Perfumist. Just Feeling Lucky grabs leaders back third. Let's Fly in a good spot fourth. Then came Dominator, followed by Sunshine Law. Further back to Churchill's Choice. Now wide around is Idle Flyer. A touch worse than midfield in the white cap. They're followed then by Sweltering, Palindia, Shahisha, Verona Rose. And as Garter sees them all, it's
Come on.
Perfumist for the lead, and the pace looks very strong. 3 lengths away to Just Feeling Lucky on the inside of Let's Fly. Then Dominator from Sunshine Law. Now we've got
Bring it in, bring it in, bring it in, baby.
a bit closer. So Idle Flies about Churchill's Choice going around the
You had a neutral, that horse was a neutral on a 1600 meter bro.
looking for scores and upset here. Legs narrowly from Perfumist, breathing down the neck now. Idle Flyer, let's go on the outside. Perfumist takes the lead of the 300. Idle Flyer a length away, running on. Palindia goes to third. It's Perfumist and narrowly. Idle Flyer ranges up.
10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Come on, baby. 10, baby. 10.
Perfumist second, Palindia third. Verona Rose and Churchill's Choice thundering home. Further back to Sweltering,
10, 7, 12.
Then has got a good gap to Just Feeling Lucky. Let's Fly and Abalore the leader. Weakened out to finish last.
10, 7, 12.
Oh, turn the tables and turn the tables she did. Idle Fly, the 4-year-old daughter of Dundee for Matty Smith. An enormous win. 3 deep the trip, no cover. Was left an absolute sitting shot. Perfumist has tried to rally back.
All right, we are in, we are in. From here onwards, I think it'll be okay. 10, 7. 10, 7, 12. 10, 7, 12, and what? 4. 10, 7, 12, and 4.
Simple as that. She sat 3 wide no cover, as she said, off that high speed. She's had to go into the race on her own. Nothing took her into it, and she just maintained that run down the outside to get the better of her.
So 10, 7, okay? 10, 7. You said 8. You see, the problem with the 8 is it is a neutral. It is a neutral. I also thought about it because it was falling here, but it was not falling enough. And it was a neutral. Adaman, that's the problem. It's a neutral with that jock. 10, 7. Okay. Then 12. Why? We spoke about it. That 4 and 14. They're like both the same thing, and the 12 in between is the 4. It dropped here. The 14 did not work. And then it jumped back to 4. So the 12 was in between. 10, 7, 12 with the low pressure. Okay. Now look at how things are. This is a linear. Okay, this is the third linear, and look at the pressure on this horse. There's nothing. It's a brilliant horse, that 12 is. It was just in a wrong race today. It just went up in rating because of its persistence on this horse. It's a fabulous horse, that horse is. My dilemma was this, that being a linear, it doesn't have a pressure, it cannot win. But the fact is also this, that it is supposed to have pressure. A linear without a pressure is something that I have seen first time. This is my first time. I have never seen a horse like this. It's a linear. Okay. If we look through the stuff, this is the first, second, third, and this is the fourth. And the fourth linear doesn't have pressure. So that went through. This one went through. And then this one without the pressure. The 14 definitely was not today. The 12. Anyway, we'll go to that. So we got the queen. Frankie, congratulations. All right, we'll go to the next. This is 5. A lot of scratchings. 15, 17, 18 and 16. 15, 17, 18 and 16 all scratched. 11, 1, 7 and 12. Gate number 13. So we are getting better. 144. Why will it not work? 144. 124 on this. Take out the difficulty. It will become 82. Okay. Brilliant. So then it is 1. 1 is a 9-year-old gelding. 21. That's not a right fit. It had to drop much further. It is not there. That's a bad fit. That is not the thing. 13. Then where is the drop? There is no drop. Here is a drop, which is here. 2, 7. 6-year-old gelding. What is 2? No, that is not happening. That will not happen. Then what will happen? This is good. This is good. 80. 181. 80. 4.5. That will be drop. Here is an 83. 13. 3. Is it a drop? 70. It's a 1200 meters, so we are expecting pace. So that's why there is no drop. In that case, what happens? In that case, what will happen? 7 is gate number 3, which is a 6-year-old gelding. And 3 is gate number 4, which is also a 6-year-old gelding with body weight and rating. This is 81. And 7 is 44. Doesn't have the body weight. 71. 74 is gate number 11. So that is a drop. Then 81, 91. And here is 167, gate number 280. But that's a very difficult thing. That is a difficult thing. 71, 80. But it is a 4-year-old. This is 6-year-old. 11. That is bad for gate number 14. It doesn't have the pressure to be in, to win. To win, it doesn't have the pressure. Correct. So what happened here was 10 was from gate number 14, but 10 got where? In 3. 10 did not get anywhere. So that will not work. That will not work. This is from gate number 14. This is bad. Will not work. To 83, 86, 70, so 13, 3, 86, 570, 70, gate number 4, 88. 12 is with Craig Williams. It's a lot of difficulty, but this horse is also very good. The 12 is not a bad horse. It also has the physics, but that probably is, the problem is this, that to win, it had to be better. It cannot win, the 12. The 13, the 11 is good. That's gate number 13, that's adequate. This is gate number 2. It's a good horse, but because of the difficulty here, it'll have an issue. So if this can't win, the 11 is good. But can it come second? It might actually. It might, but that generally is not how it plays. That generally not how it plays. Why? Because it has the body weight, it has the pressure, but it doesn't have the torque. And it, with that leverage, it's a 48%. And though Craig William is riding this horse, but he's been handicapped in a way that it is difficult to believe that this is going to work. I don't know, but that 12 is a check. The 12 is a problem. That 12 is, if that 12 gets there, it gets there. There is nothing that we can do. It is like that also. They are bleeding 50% on their model. They're bleeding 50% on their model, so they probably are trying too hard, or they're pushing too hard, or whatever. So this is for win. This is a very difficult proposition for this horse. 11 is the right odd. 11 should not fail. The 9 is a horse which is here. It doesn't look like it is going to create a trouble, but it is a linear. God knows what it will do. 11 is good. Then 3 is probably there, and if it falls, it will fall on 7. It's a 1200 meter. It is going to be all pace. The one that they're talking about is a 9-year-old gelding. I don't know. It is a fall. It is definitely a fall here, which is okay. But then we have a fall here also, which is this 6-year-old gelding. Okay. 9. Not in a great shape. This is also not in the best shape. Good hands. The mismatch is here. For a drift, like here, this drift was a bad match. Okay? But this drift was also a bad match. Drifts cannot be like that. Drifts cannot be like that. So yeah, bottom line is this, that 11 looks good, rest everything is hazy. The 3 might be there. It might fall back to 7. The 3 is a check, definitely. 11 is good. This is good. 1. They're talking about the 9. I don't know. On a 1200 meter, a 9-year-old gelding, what will that do? And considering the fact that it is going to be on pace, that's that. Then if There's this 75 and there is this 75, which is also there, which is a 7-year-old gelding. 8 from gate number 14. Very difficult to believe that a 7-year-old gelding from gate number 14 will come in with that. We just checked it. It's very difficult to believe that. So that may not happen, or I don't know. 12 is a risk. This is a risky horse. I don't know what it'll do. 11 is good. 11 is good. 3 is good. 7 is good. Let's see. Araman, have a great day, Araman. 48.5 for the try. Yeah, but that's a that will take a long time to actually settle on that, Frank. It'll take a long time to settle on that. At least a day. Gatekeeper. Yes, actually, that was a good race. John. He's 6 in Caulfield. Bishwa, welcome back. What about 9? Which is 9? 9, the horse. Yeah, that horse is a problem. I don't know. Bishwa, that is not looking great. That 9 horse is not looking great. It's the linear, which is here. It doesn't have the rails to win. Winning looks difficult. Plus, it is getting into that gray segment. For winning, it is difficult from here. It is very, very difficult. But it's horse racing, Things can go wrong in multiple ways. Things can go wrong. The 9 looks like that. We spoke about the 9. It's the linear with one of the highest pressure that it is carrying from gate number 12. The 6 could have won. Where? That was the first race that actually had good horses in there. Caulfield. Okay. That actually was a good race. The rest of them were very dicey. The first 4 races were absolutely dicey, man. No, the first 3. Gold Coast 5. Or 5. Oh yeah, the 5. 5. Now you're on fire.
They were up to race number 5, and this is the Kosciuszko, and it's worth $2 million. It's the world's richest race for country-trained horses. Here's Ben and Brad.
Yes, long race as well, 1,200 metres you touch on, and I tell you what, you've got a very good seat each and every Saturday, mate. I'm pretty happy with our seat here as well. We just got to have a look at these country-trained horses firsthand. And front page is the big talking point. If you're having a look at this market, you're framing your own. Front page is always going to be the starting point. And I can't help but feel maybe after winning it 3 years back, winning it 2 years back, running second last year, maybe the sun is starting to set, but you feel there's one more mountain to climb.
I think he looked great in the yard. Having a look at him, he looked like a ball of muscle. I don't think fitness is going to be too much of an issue for him. To me, he looked great the way he paraded. Having a look at him, he's full of himself. He's ready to go. He's got such a great record.
The 3 is a possibility.
I think would win this race this year.
But it's a different structure of the race, Dow's. This is all, like they said, this is all country horses. The 3 is good. The 3 has the rails.
Up to Scone, back to Eagle Farm, another listed race there. Down to Grafton, ran second in a Ramornie. Down to Mooney Valley, second in the listed Chautauqua. And then back here for the shorts, for me, a great listed quality horse. To win a Kosciuszko, though, I think you need to be fringe Group 2, Group 3 quality at bare minimum. I'm not quite sure Compelling Truth is there.
Yeah, I've just got him down the pecking order a little bit. I just think...
I like 11, I like 3 and 7.
Another one at odds that I wanted to mention was Melody again. So she's a great fresh horse, 12 to 1400 is her sweet spot. This could be
In that exact order.
It could be a fast run 1200. Christian is going to look to slot in a touch worse than midfield and blend.
But
if they get luck in transit, I think she's one that could bomb them late.
Great roughie, looks very fit in the yard, ready to go. Look, $1 million, total gleaming. I think she's one of the better roughies in the race.
Gallant Star, Bradley?
Got to be a great chance. You know, he's been a fantastic country sprinter for some time. And we saw Kerry O'Keefe just in the mounting yard before. Of course, the part owner, he won the country championships qualifier in a hand canter first up last prep. Ran well a number of times in these types of races. And look, he's got a great chance from a good
But the
draw.
problem is the presence of that 12. The 12 is kind of a little dicey. I don't know what to think or what to make of that 12. That 12. We'll know what that 12 is made of in no time. 11 should win, Frank. That's probably the best clarity that we have.
Probably 2 to 3 lengths up her sleeve.
11-7.
Went on class alone, but certainly other horses more forward in the yard. Highway True, another roughie that's been thrown out by a few tipsters there.
12 can't win even, I think so, but you know, the advantage with that horse is this, that it is from gate number 2. And the disadvantage with that horse is it's a very poor management with a very high leverage and no jock. So it has more disadvantage than advantage. 11 is better than 7, yes.
$2 million in prize money to go on the line for country track horses. Let that sink in. Punters around New South Wales purchased thousands of tickets through their accounts in venues.
11 is 86. Difficulty is like that. And this is 7. The 3 has the rails on top.
The anticipation now it's finally here. Ever since Bell flies through, swam through the mud in that debut year with
14. Coffee. Frankie Coffee? We haven't played coffee in a long time. Yes.
Gates are back and off and racing. So magnificent jump, really sharply right out. Compelling Truth right there. So front page. He's splitting the pair in third. Without parallel improving from Boston Rock. So you Pence Bandy's boy being sent forward around the field. Gallant Star in the middle of the pack. They're followed by Chidiac. Highway Strip a bit keen. 2 further back to Golden Decade. Clear thinking well back third last from Liz Mania. And Melody again. So magnificent under siege. Bandage Boy charging up the outside. Front page poking through the middle. Then came Compelling Truth. Gallant Star out wide.
Arman! 8.
To Chidiac. Boston rocks the fence in the blue cap. They both straighten up. And so magnificent just in front. Off front page who ambles up on the outside. Bandage Boys battling away. Without parallel looking for room. Chidiac's running on well down the outside of Gallant Star. Front page takes the lead of the 200 from Chidiac. Getting a run now is Clear Thinking bursting through. It's Chidiac and Clear Thinking. Clear Thinking from a mile back. What great performance to
11.
Gallant Star may have nosed out Chidiac for second. Then So You Pence.
Boom!
Boston Rocks heading the rest. Front page couldn't see it out today from Melody again. So magnificent without parallel. A gap to Compelling True. Boy, Bandage Boy did some work from Golden Decade and Highway Strip. That's been.
What a moment that is. Clear Thinking. As mentioned pre-race, she's only young in her career. This is her 5th win at start number 7, the biggest of them by.
You get the numbers, hold on.
Congratulations.
Johnny. No one's with it. Yellow like the bill. Zeta.
Eleven, 7, 13, and 8. You got you got all of them. 11, 7, 13, and 8. 11, 7, 13, and 8. Frankie, congratulations. 11, 7. Then it went to 13, which is here. This one from that gate is a little problem. 14. We spoke about. I thought it might get in. You see, the thing is, when we do that, when we do that, we get the 11. All right. 7, 13. That happened. 11, 7, 13. And 8, that is a bad pressure for that horse from gate number 14, but it ended up here. 11, 7. The 3 just could not stand. It was 11, 7, and 13 here. And then it was here, 8. We spoke about this horse. This is a difficult one. Anyway, we'll go to the next 6. 1200 meter back. A lot of horses, 16 horses, man. 15, 8, 10, and 3. 15, 8, 10, and 3. No, so it's a very good hand, and J-Mac is riding again. But here is the problem. So it has the body weight, it has a torque, but it doesn't have the pressure. Okay. What can it win from gate number 12? One is the linear, it doesn't have the rails to win, but from gate number 4. 83, this is an 88. We take out the difficulty, it will become 87. So will be 16, but that's further 15. 12 is this one, gate number 3, 5, 12, 80. 80. It's an 8-year-old. See, the 15 is the favorite, okay? JMac is riding. I mean, everything is right. There's nothing wrong with this horse. What is wrong with this horse is the gate number again, which is 12, and then the pressure falling to 26, mirroring it to 30. All right. So what happened here was this 8, okay, If you see, it was 37 from gate number 14. From wider gates, that pressure is a little difficult to work with when it comes to a 1200 meter or any of those shorter distances, because it's not going to be clean. It's not going to be easy. It is not an easy task on this horse. It has the physics. It is the second linear. The linear, which is 1, doesn't have the physics to win. But what happens when both of them are like that is something very unusual will happen. Generally happens, like we've seen in the first 3 races. When the linear, the second linear, they are in trouble, then things go a little haywire. And how things can go haywire is in a very bad way. So yeah, this probably is not the best one to get into. This probably is not the best one to get into. This thing is, there's nothing not to like about that thing. I like the 5-year-old mares. They're amazing. There's no doubt. That's a brilliant horse. Take out the difficulty. It still is the top. 8 is also like that. It is still the top. All those things are right. Okay, but the reason we have, the reason why I get a little skeptical is when we lose pressure on the gates. If the wider gates do not have the pressure to build up, like we took here it was the 10 was at 89 from 14. So if we take that benchmark from gate number 14, that 89 is Randwick is okay. 89, 90% from gate number 14 is okay. We can work with that. Here, the 11 was gate number 13, went up to 144. There was no problem. But here, it is a 1200 meter, gate number 12, pressure dropping to 30. That's the problem. And when, the 15 is in trouble because of that. The 1 is in trouble because of no rails. It is also not there within the odds. The 8, I don't know, maybe. But then something very unusual happens in these kind of situations. For example, that 5, that 8-year-old gilding, okay, one of the lowest pressure, that's the largest drift. But lower than that is 3 from gate number 2. This 12. Things can go wrong in this one. I don't like it. I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into this. This doesn't have that feel good factor. It doesn't have that. I don't have that confidence in this one. It just don't. If blindly, if we have to work, then what we can do is, even that's a very bad idea. The 3 is probably there in between. That's the lowest here. The 3 is probably there in between. If we do that, 15 is here, which it is supposed to be. Then comes 1, which is this one, obviously. 13. No. 88. No. 87. 52. The thing is 15-3-1 could be a possibility, but this, I mean, that's a blind, that's a blind way of playing. This is something like we used to do when we had the coffee. Like, we put the 15 in between, and we put the advantage on the right hand side, which is 3. So 15, 3, 15, and 1, and we put a coffee. A coffee would be what? The 12. So coffee would be 12. But that's all speculation. This thing is I don't know. The 15 might win, might not. It's not the right pressure from that horse, from that gate. It is a little dicey. The 7 was pretty good. Frankie is destroying today. Frankie is in destroy the bookies today, in that mode. Caulfield race 6. They're showing Caulfield. They're showing Caulfield.
EG's Mistruth. You have to join the line with Paddy Maloney. Arabian Summer, 420 to 380 clears second. Elect about to join them as Ray McNario, who has excellent first up stats, also comes along. The dash for the day, the Herald Sun sprint. Ready and away, Arabian Summer on the outside, jumped well. With the Rich Dotty zealously and also Philosopher. Driving through is also Sharippa. Rich Dotty's just going to lead from zealously, and then Sharippa behind them with Philosopher. 3 lengths Arabian Summer, Ray Magnario. 2.5 lengths away Nadal, and GG's Mistruth at the end of the field. So it's Rich Dotty eventually leading outright, 5.50 out from zealously, a half length off it. A length and a half. Philosopher, Sharippa, a length Arabian Summer. Then came Ray Magnario, Nadal, and 2 further back is GG's Mistruth as they run around the corner. 350 metres to go. Rich Dotty by a length to zealously. Then Philosopher running a race. Arabian Summer, Sharippa behind them. Ray Magnario badly held up and Nadal out wide. Zealously went to the lead. 150 metres to go. Arabian Summer, Nadal, and Ray Magnario getting through. GG's Mistruth back to the inside. They hit it. Ray Magnario from GG's Mistruth. Followed next in the field by zealously Arabian Summer. Back behind those horses, then Sharippa, Philosopher, Nadal, and Rich Dotty.
1.
Sing through the Bladen over the top. Ray Magnario for John McNeil paying the $7 range across the totes, and it's 167. 3 will wind up in 4th position. Arabian.
Can't play Gold Coast. Can't do that thing with Gold Coast because they give us copyrights. Anything on New South Wales is okay. Victoria is okay. But the rest of those tracks, they give us copyrights and it's bad. Asian Gold Coast. After this, they have Morph, and after that, they have Randwick. It'll take about 5 minutes for Randwick.
Stakes. So this is essentially, since the inception of the Everest, this has become the entree to the main meal. For horses that weren't able to get a slot in the big race, this is their next opportunity. That's it. There is a couple of $1 million in prize money. Is there a horse in this race that you think on form was deserving of a slot?
Yeah, certainly. Generosity, your favourite, was deserving to be in the race. I believe the slot holders did have a look at that, but I think the word from the owners, and don't quote me, but I heard this elsewhere, was that they...
I don't like the race. I don't like the race, Kevin. Lee. John 2, 3, 4. I don't like this entire thing, the way it is. See, that 15 is the favorite, comes from gate number 12. The pressure is not adequate for that gate. It's a 1200 meter. I don't know if that is possible. J-Mac is on this. They have a beautiful hand. All that is good, but things don't... I mean, for me, that's not enough. For me, that's not enough. The one, which is the linear, doesn't have the rails to win. So it's a little dicey, Lee. It's a little dicey. Maybe the 15 will win.
one that needs to improve.
It's a very strong favorite. Maybe it will win, but I am out of this. I don't find it very comfortable.
But he's also on Cavallis here and thinks he's a good chance. In 30 to 40 seconds, how do you think?
12. Yeah, that's from gate numbers 312, maybe. It's a little tricky. Things can go wrong. Things can go wrong in. It looks like it is one of the first few races that we had. It's just placed here. It looks like one of those first few races. 15, 8, 7, 10 are my picks. What unlocks Frank 12 Rand.
If you love a trial, this horse is for you. He came out and won the Listed or 10 Series Scone in May.
12.
Unfortunately, led in the run, hadn't in Ford's break.
Yeah, the 12 has advantage, but
just trust me on that. But now the case for this favourite in generosity. Yeah, look, I think the way the track's playing, Ben, suits her. We seem to be those coming in sort of the second and third wave, seem to be winning a lot of races today, and that's going to be her. J-Mac will be keen to get some cover from that gate. He's a genius at doing that. She's clearly the one they've got to beat.
No, J-Mac is not a genius in doing that. J-Mac is genius in riding the best horses. You give him the best horse with a very high pressure on that. J-Mac is genius in delivering that from an inner gate.
Big odds here. I thought he'd give us a bit of cheek at sort of $20 plus.
This is where J-Mac. We've tried this on J-Mac, if you remember. Lee, you were not there. Dow's, I think you were there. Ataman was there, I know. Last few days ago, we've tried this on J-Mac with advantage from a wide gate, but just did not work.
Really good go, $2.40 now. Think back a year ago, Brad, while Overpass was a scintillating winner of the Sydney Stakes, and that was one of a few times we've seen the Sydney Stakes run and won in a faster time than the Everest was run and won. In her time did that as well, but all eyes were on Think About It because the 2023 Everest winner, remember, collapsed and everyone on track.
This one looks tricky. This one looks tricky.
Got back to his feet and is now happily and healthily retired. It's a moment that certainly stuck with me, and for a while it was known as the City Task lining this race, but the Sydney Stakes has slowly grown into a very valuable race. A lovely lead up, of course.
Thank 8, 12, 8.
A pretty handy constellation sprints for non-Everest slot holders, and the honour roll is not that of a consolation race either. Shogun Lodge won the race.
Maybe the 8. Maybe.
Benny won it twice. I wish Dom and Benny would run around these days.
When is it, Atman? You have to tell me. If you don't race 9 Coffel, just let me know. Why wouldn't I do it? But you know me, I kind of get lost in the journey. I get hazy during the transitions. So just let me know.
And Ostraka is the $8 second favourite for the event. They got Libertad in pretty much the all-white colours. Rothfire's got a very wide draw. Rothfire, it's been a while since his last success. Zach Purton in the saddle. And Ostraka moves in along with Rothfire. Rothfire comes up now to the outside draw. And we're ready to go. Sydney Stakes, stand by. Ready to run. Gates are back now. They're off and racing. Oh, hello, Beauty Chance. The ex-Hong Kong horses joggled out of the gates. Rothfire job well. Coal Crusher hit the gates running. And so Sandpaper the outside. With your blessing settle third from Ostraka. Rothfire just easing back a bit out wide. Then came Golden Mile. I Annaberg between runners from Sheriff Goma. Then came Libertad, the favourite a length away. Generosity from Disconnect and Firestar. Grandstand out deep for the back. She's an A-lister. Cabalas. Beauty Chargers doing all the chasing. 600 to go. Coal Crusher by 2. On sandpaper with your blessing. Then a striker. Rothfire slipped in for a bit of cover. Then came Golden Bar. Libertad, Annenberg, Sheriff Goma as they come up the rise. Coal Crusher turning the clock back today. Coal Crusher leads by 3. With your blessing goes to second. A striker's running on. Coal Crusher, can he keep going? 200 metres to run. With your blessing closing and a striker tight for room. Ironberg hitting top gear on Rothfire between them. Rothfire, Ironberg. Rothfire, Ironberg. Rothfire got the money. Rothfire turned the clock back himself. Won the Sydney Stakes, beating Ironberg with your blessing. Then came Cabalas rattling home together with Libertad. Generosity got 2-5.
8-year-old.
Golden Miles and Paper Sheriff Goma. Beaten 2 home with a kerfuffle out of the gates. She's an A-lister and Dragon Stone.
John, you had 2, 3 more.
He's got his eye in now. Be wary. Rothfire was seen as an each-way chance at best, but as mentioned in the call, 3.5 million in prize money prior to today. You don't get that by accident. This horse has been a star for a while. The
2-1.
The 7 with your blessing is stuck on game links.
2-1-7.
6 Libertad certainly prominent in that.
And 10.
The 10 Cabalas just got too far back. A big run from the back. Yes.
2-1-7-10.
Got too far out of the ground, didn't they, Benny? But he's a model, this horse. Age is just a number of times, isn't it? He's an 8-year-old and he's been able to come here today. Gets that curtain off with a winner ahead of the big one in the next. And yeah, he's been
Very bad, very bad.
for a number of years. I own a bit.
This is supposed to go wrong. So what happened is that is bad. All right, that pressure cannot work. It generally doesn't work from gate number 12. That generally doesn't work. This one actually went through from gate number 16. Why? Because God knows why. This was definitely not the thing. But the 2 went through. This was supposed to go wrong. This 2-1-7 2-1 was the linear. It was not in a position to win. 2-1 and then 7 is this one. A bad one. This was a bad one. This was a bummer. Anyway, we'll go to the one which we are here for today. The Everest 7. 13, 14, 15, 16 scratched. 13, 14, 15, 16 scratched. 1954. 195 and 4. So that is Craig Williams, but he's handicapped in this way. So that's not a great sign. Anyway. Mazoo. That's the lowest, all right? That is the lowest. If it falls here, it falls here. But I don't think it'll work like that. It just here what happened is that 11 went through 7, 11, 7, 13 and 8, 13, 11, 7, 13. So everything played pressure, right? 1200 meter, the real one. This one was a dummy. I don't think it'll get to this point. I don't think this is of that kind of a race. Everybody is on pace. It is not going to be. I don't know. I mean, generally, mathematically, it is like that every time. Mathematically, it falls. The 6 is a check because that's where it falls. All right, but not only that falls, this also falls. Okay, so it's basically red. 6, 7. Those are red. They're doing very bad, actually. So yeah, I think 1-9, 1-9, and if we take out the 2 from gate number 10, which is a 5-year-old gilding, then it is 10, which is Lady Shenandoah. 1-9-10. 1, 9 will drop. 10 is a rise again. 2 is a rise. Gate number 10. This is from gate number 6, and that's Lady Shenandoah. So I think there's the first linear, second linear, and in between the drop. So the drop is that drop. I don't think it will come here. I think the odds are right. The 1 and 9 are the right odds. It doesn't look like it is going anywhere else. Now, what is the other thing that can happen? So talking about the 5 and the 4, but those are possibilities. Might happen, might not happen. That 6 is the lowest drop here, but it is also the lowest drop here. So not a great feel about it. It is the right. I mean, out here it is the right fitment. It is like, I mean, if this was any Saturday and not the Everest and just another day at Randwick, then it probably is 169. But today, I don't think it will fall here. It doesn't look like it is here. But that 1-9 is good. They can get into a queen. They can get into a queen. I think it is 1-9. There's the 12 is very difficult. This is has the physics, got the gate number 1. All that is good. It's a 3-year-old filly. That is also right, but there are problems. It is at 42% leverage. The 12. 3 weeks ago, and Craig Williams is riding who's handicapped like that, so that's not a great thing. Now, the other problem is this, that I hope it is. I mean, if we consider these two are the pressure lines, and JMac is on a pressure, so it should work. If JMac doesn't deliver this, then I don't know what he will do. So 1-9 is the right queen. 1-9 is the right queen. It's the odds are probably right. The other thing is, if it goes anywhere, it is here. Those are all possibilities. May happen, might happen, not happen. All that thing is there. But last year, I think we raised this, and Lady Shenandoah, I think, won this, if I am not wrong. I don't remember clearly, but Lady Shenandoah won this last year. I think so. But here it is the 110, 119, 15. Then 110, 128. This one is also difficult. Plus the leverage, no jock handicap. 10 is 110. Good, 95. This is a better hand. The 5 is a better hand, okay, than 10. The 10 is like that, but 5 is a better hand. But I think I don't think it is going anywhere. It is 1-9. It is 1-9. Probably. Caulfield. The big one is next. Yes, John. John, that was a brilliant one on the 2. Man, that was a brilliant man. Coupled, 3-wheel. Coupled, are they showing it? Hold on. Coupled.
She was nearer the speed. It was a real sweepers race. And they start number 2, so it's got plenty of upside to call on.
It's looking to become the 9th filly to win the Flight Stakes, 1,000 guineas.
135 tries.
Yeah, look, she just has to get around the track and trust the stable. She can manage that. She's doing well for a good run in form rider and got a nice touch of class about her.
Set for the Group 1, 1,000 guineas.
Ready to run. Stalls are back. Racing in the 1,000 guineas. Get a good feeling. Got a good start. With also Wale Dancer, Apocalyptic, ridden for speed. Faribia just behind those. Followed by Salty Pearl. A bit closer. Mating Call out wider. Then came Cherish Me on the rails. Next is Zany Girl. Ethereum Girl out deeper on the track as well. Back with Karinska. Then came Chateau Airs. And at the tail is Steel Trap. So the favourite's the leader. With 1,100 metres to go. Apocalyptic for the inform mark. Zara by a length and a quarter. Ole Dancer second.
134.
Feeling is third. Then Mating Call, who's moving up around them 3 wide. Faribia the centre. A length and a quarter. Ethereum
Mating
Girl,
Call, is that a name of a horse?
Salty Pearl to the side of the 900 metres. Next in the field is Steel Trap, who's got past a few. Zany Girl, Karinska, and Shadow Airs is last.
Very creative, man.
Wanting
These
some
people are.
pace here, and Ole Dancer, her outside Pope Letter. Mating Call a length away third, followed by Get a Good Feeling for Rivia the centre. A length of Ethereum Girl just losing ground at the 550 as they start to step it up now. Then Salty Pearl, Cherish Me, Karinska, Steel Trap, well back, Shadow Is, and also Zany Girl. Apocalyptic, the first to straighten, 350 metres to go. Ole Dancer's full bore on the outside, throwing out a serious challenge, and they're together, Get a Good Feeling, probing for a run up on the inside. Ole Dancer up to Apocalyptic, 200 metres to go, and they're toe for toe. Ole Dancer and Apocalyptic. Apocalyptic and Ole Dancer. Ole Dancer going
3-1. But you have that 3 and 1, Frankie. 3-1, 4. You actually have all of them. I hope you did the right thing, Frank.
Eventually gets the better of Apocalyptic and grabs.
I hope you did the right thing. Now it's boom.
His 34th Group 1, and Peter Moody his 64th nowadays, of course, alongside Catherine Coleman. Ole Dancer claims her first Group
That's
1.
Wagga.
3 of 5, Gaynor.
Yeah, look, she always looked a mile, didn't she, from a long way out, and she was terrific. She was under pressure before Apocalyptic, and I thought Apocalyptic was going to shake her off and give a nice kick, but she just refused to give up. She called on all of her endurance levels at the mile, just kept on kicking. It was a real 2-horse war. Apocalyptic kept fighting and fighting, just no match. And Get a Good Feeling had the nice trail behind them, battled on really well into third. Real on-speed race, a real 2-horse war in a hot Group 1. 2 really good fillies.
And a real state of origin battle between Victoria and New South Wales, and Victoria wins the day.
Yeah, it does that. And look, the stable, they've had a bit of a lead run, haven't they, Blade? But they'll be delighted with that. And put the writing on the wall at the Valley. Terrific at Sandown. Just stepping to the mile, all positive ride. She was able to, as I say, use all of that endurance that she's got and wear down Apocalyptic, who certainly lost no admirers. And a terrific stout she was.
And it's 3-1, 4 and 6. Quaddy gets underway with Ole Dancer's win over Apocalyptic and Get a Good Feeling. Another Group 1 to come. It's a pretty big one. It's the Caulfield Cuppers, race number 9, local time at 5:15. Just repeating half yours. Best bet of the day for Gator. Fifth event for Waggers, where we join the action at this start. 70 seconds away. Off the press is the favourite at $2.40. Went up at that quote, late 220, back out to 240 with a tab fix. King Taurus, number 7, second pick. 460 this morning. It's reasonably solid. It's 440 back out to $4.60 late. Gobbo's mate number 4 is at $7 in from $8.50 out the best back to roll both. And we're only 50 seconds away from start time on race number 5. Graham White likes off the press, so does Ben Hall. We join him.
1,000 here, the next start. Gets out to the 1,200, which will suit. Thank you, Marto. Good afternoon to you and the team there on Sky Racing 1. It's been a big day here at Wagga, big crowd.
I'll show you, Dow's. I'll show you. I think the odds are right. 1 and 9 is right, Dow's.
Who is our major sponsor here today? Can assist.
I think the odds are right.
Well, so a big race day here. This is our inaugural race day.
I'll show you once again.
Charity race day. So King Taurus about to move in. A son is about to join them off the press. Who's just
let this one get over. I'll show you once again.
Some highways last preparation at Randwick and Rose Hill. And first up went to Randwick, finished 8th. They're not beaten too far.
See, I generally don't doubt. I generally don't doubt unless it is very doubtful.
Distinguished from the stablemate Dynamic One for Michael.
I'm like the previous one was very doubtful. I generally do not doubt unless it is very doubtful and it doesn't match
off the press now into 250
the
so off the press,
the signs of this.
Late in bidding. So a stunner now goes forward.
I generally don't doubt, but
fifth out of Wagga this afternoon. The
previous one was very doubtful. How will you
and we're ready to go.
Do that?
Standing by for a dispatch. Lights on. Racing. Off the press out wide began okay, but now goes back looking for cover. Kattegat began fast with Gobbo's mate.
Arman got 8.
Stunner and also Lang Park's not far away. Next over on the inside, Man's Ear, 2 lengths away. I'm a Superstar, Blitzar. They were followed by King Taurus and off the press a little bit wider. Dynamic One was next, settling down third last. Kahawani second last and Gappy's Angel last. 15 lengths between first and last down the side. And Gobbo's mate led by 2 to a stunner. Kattegat third and fourth is Lang Park. Blitzar on the outside, racing fifth. Then came Man's Ear off the press, starting a runner. Next in the field then as they come up to the turn, I'm a Superstar. King Taurus headed the remainder up to the bend. Gobbo's made it the 400, led by 2 a stunner. Then Kattegat. Man's Ear trying to get going. Lang Park and now off the press starts to sprint, but still has 4 lengths to make up. Gobbo's made it the 222 in front. A stunner grinding away, and now off the press is 2 off the leader, starting to really hit top gear. Gobbo's made in front. Off the press is taking the eternity of the straight to get there, but here's off the press now going to him, and off the press 1.
8.
Off the press beat. Gobbo's made a stunner. King Taurus rattled from the back.
8 or 3? Is that 8? Come on. 8! Yes! Arman! 8! So the thing is, Dow's they've got 5-4 and all that, but I don't think they're in the game. The 6 is a drop, which is here. Can it get through? Technically, it can. But it is also like that. It's not in the, compared to these horses, it is not in the right shape. Okay? When you compare with them, but still it is 86 and that's a lot. Okay, I'm sorry we did not do that side. Yeah, so they are like that. Okay. So the 12 is up here, but that is a problem with that horse. Here it is a 42% on this. It doesn't have a jock to handle this. So 12, I hope it doesn't make a noise. It has the physics, but I I doubt that it will get through. The difficulty is huge. And that is not something that is possible. I don't think so. That's possible. The possibility is 1 and 9, which is the right arrangement. Then we have the 2 and the 10 here within the rails. The 10 is the second linear within the physics. The 2 is from gate number 10. They are both 143. This is 128. This is 126. And I think it is here. The 2 is from gate number 10. I think it will fall here. 1 9 10. But 1 9 is more clear. The 10, Lady Shenandoah, has the physics, but also has a jock who could have been much better handicapped. I mean, that's the reason he's handicapped like that, because he's riding Lady Shenandoah. So we needed an orange guy on this. So Lady Shenandoah, whether it'll go up to I mean, chances are there that the 10 is there. Here might be it'll I mean, theoretically it is possible. But 1 and 9 looks neat. That is neat. The 6 is the one which is the fall. If this goes wrong, then I have nothing to say. But I don't think it will go up till it's not possible to go there. It's here. 1 9 and this. It's a 1200 meter. They are going to run for their life in this one. They're going to run for their. We need the guy with the mustache. One looks like a monster. Yes, the guy with the mustache is a very strong guy, man. I don't know if he's racing. I haven't seen him today. Do you know his name, Atto, man? The one with the mustache? He's a fabulous one. He's a fantastic guy. That guy is fantastic. Especially, I have... I mean, with the high pressure horses, he's fantastic. I miss out on his name every time. I just know that he has a mustache. he's probably the only one who's got a mustache. Brett Knock, yes. He's probably the only one who's got a mustache. I think the break for this particular race is a little more. It's about 10 minutes more than the usual time, 10 or 15 minutes more, because it's one of those races they want to give the jockeys a little rest before they jump into the horses. So meanwhile, I'll be back from the washroom in a jiffy. We've got a little time, maybe 5 to 7 minutes. We've got. All right, I'm here. It's still showing morph. Frank on 5. Okay. War Machine 5. This one. It's a good hand. 5. All are linears. All are very strong linears. Very strong linears. I mean, the five is good, but your problem is probably this, that lacks both the side, Frank. If it wins, it wins, but it is not going to be easy. If it wins, then it wins, but 1200 meter without the physics winning is difficult. Either it has to have a very strong advantage, or the physics, or the payload. The payload is higher here, has the physics with the jocks. It's a good one, but today here in this race, it has difficulty. It's a good one, but today this race, if it wins because of, whatever reasons. There are at times no reasons for horses to win and for horses to lose. For this to win, one has to lose. And one losing that's 157 linear. That's like, I mean, I don't think we will be able to see a horse like this even in Melbourne Cup. Melbourne Cup generally doesn't have these kind of horses. Melbourne Cup has very different kind of horses in there. This is a priceless thing. This horse is a priceless thing. Oh, we'll see. It's horse racing at the end of the day. Yeah, that's a good one, Frank. I mean, what you need is a disaster happening, Frank. That's all that you need to have. You need. Okay, they started. What you need is a disaster, a bad start on one, a very, very bad start on one, or, the jockey falls. John, that 12 is a dangerous one. I don't know what it will do, but the challenge is huge.
Thanks very much to Zach Burton. It was great to get his thoughts. We'll hear from him a little bit later as well with Lake Forest. Big chance in another huge race coming our way, but it doesn't get any bigger than this. $20 million in prize money.
Yeah, it's a 3-year-old. That's the upside. That's the upside.
Australia versus Hong Kong, I feel, rising best. against Australia. For so long, Brad, we've boasted that Australia has the world's best sprinters. Well, the top rated sprinter in the world right now is this guy, and he needs to come to our turf and beat our horses, and I kind of hope he does. I hope we see the best of Kaying Rising, but plenty cheering against.
Yeah, and what about the theatre in the lead-up as well? The trial last week, so many differing opinions. I thought he was a little bit disappointing. Of course, the news on Sunday is everything right that went all over social media. That was put to bed. The Gallop on Monday, and I can tell you, he's handling the occasion so much better today than he did at that trial before. Having a look at Randwick before, he's done him the world of good. He's a few swishes of the tail, but apart from that, he's staying cool, calm and collected for now. So, form-wise, it's a little difficult, obviously, with him running and winning overseas. But he's only got the two blemishes, and they're hardly that. Only one horse has ever beaten Kaying Rising. It was in back-to-back starts where Kaying Rising ran second. It's an imperious record, and it goes on the line here today. On ratings, is he borderline over the line? Well, he's on his past 13, and on his ratings, his best ratings are about 2.5 lengths clear of a horse like Jolly Star, who is second. But you've got to say, is he able to do that away from Hong Kong, away from his home, he's here at Randwick? And even though the Randwick track might have been a bit softer on that trial day, it's still the same track. He's got to do it here. So I've got to bring him back a little bit. You can see on the World Tote, he's sitting around $1.35 at the moment. Fixed odds around $1.90. And I think that's probably his right price. I'm around $2.10, $2.20 with those uncertainties. But I think I'd bring him in a bit further now after having to watch him parade, probably about $1. So he briefly saw $2. And can I just recommend, everyone knows the World Pool's in action today. If you're keen on Kaying Rising, fixed odds is your go. Even if they drifts out to $1.35, $1.40, if it does that, I don't think you're going to be getting towards the $1.90 mark. Tim, the chief trader at TAB, has already said he would love to have pushed Kaying Rising to even money or $2.10. But the liabilities were so high from early on with these pre-noms market, with everyone saying if Kaying Rising is here, there's no way this was a $16 pole, then a $5 pole, and a $3.50 pole, then $2.50, and here we are, $1.90 on the day. In terms of a couple of the other main chances, let's start with on the map, and the white gate, I think, was a little premature. There were three clear horses, and chance this race could break apart. There is a spot beside him behind the likes of Overpass, Marzu and Kaying Rising. He also won the natural lead-up, won the TJ in the order. He's a beast. He's had a perfect build-up, hasn't he, third up into this, and you see him there on screen, he looks $1 million. Look at the grey there, he looks fantastic. He's just a ball of muscle, and I've had something on him on the World Tote because he's sitting around that $18, $19 mark at the moment, which I think is a massive price. I agree with you, even though he's not in my top four. He's a bet there. Have a look at him there, $18 on the World Tote. I think that's a bet. And look at Jolly Star. You're still getting $8 plus about her on the World Tote. Take that as well because that's a really good price. The money's certainly coming through. And with the exotics, you guys can see those the pool in front of you for the win pool. While the exotics are equally ridiculous. When we had a look at the trifecta pool a good 5-6 minutes ago, there was $800,000 in there already. So that will be well past $1 million mark by now. Jimmy Star is the next horse for us to focus on. That's slot representative who absolutely floods home late. My concern is they're going to be giving a huge head start. But one thing about him today is they are able to make pretty good ground from the back. I know Generosity and Cabalas didn't get in the action in the Six Stakes, but we've seen the first win.
No, what is that?
Come down the middle for Nova. We've seen a few others clear thinking come from well back. They've been running really hard. I think they'll do that. This year's Tab Everest, Marzu, Overpass, cutting at each other. He's going to get that lovely run behind. If he can get in the through line like Jimmy Star, his last run, he was taking a lot of ground off Riasa. He's going to be super strong late. It's just whether, as you said, he gets out of his ground too far. War Machine. Imagine if David Hayes gets rolled by his sons. My God, what a story, and what a remarkable job they've done with this guy already. He won the BRC sprint on routes of the Group 1 glory in the All-Age Stakes. His run in the Gilgai leading into this was outrageously good. And to those who took the $21 both barrier draw, you've certainly done well there from a fixed odds perspective. Barrier 4 is ideal. Tim Clark. That's it. I think there's been a huge correction with the fixed odds from the $21 into what we're seeing now, horse 5 at the $10 mark. You'll get better than that on the tote, and I feel as though 16 to 20.
What is that?
He's a bit of the X factor, isn't he? He's been so good for the new stable. His first up win was explosive. Only
Frank, I think you may have a chance. Is that one getting tailed?
that's my little question, but he certainly brings another X factor to the race. For anyone who's never been to Everest, as Sweet Caroline blares over the speakers, have a look at the average age of this crowd. We're talking 60-70% at 26 years and under. This has brought the next generation to Randwick. It's brought the next generation to racing in general in Australia. It's been an amazing concept, and have a look at them. They're having an absolute...
I couldn't make it out, but it looks one of them is getting tailed. Is it one?
Some fantastic scenes there. A few crowd surfing already. Jolly Star, she's been the big firmer. Betting 6. You want to take the world tote. She's been the big firmer. The market's really gravitating towards her lately. I think she's going to get a lovely run. The first up win was dynamic, of course, beating a subsequent winner of Riasa. A nice 28 days between runs. Keep her fresh for this. Lovely little tick over trial. I think she's going to run a huge race. She's my top tip in the race. The $8 plus. If that holds on the world total, it's a sensational. Lady Shenandoah, how many times did we say you have to forgive one bad run? Notify didn't even have the bad run, and we couldn't forgive her. She came out. Yes, she was below par in the Manikato, but the belly does strange things.
That's a bad thing. One is getting tailed. Frank.
That was the best thing beaten this year when resuming in the Concord.
Frank, you might be in luck today.
Choosing Jolly Star does play heavily on my mind. It does a little bit. She was disappointing last start, there's no doubt about it. But go back to her run first up here behind over 1,000 metres, a trip short of her best.
No, 7 is getting tailed. That is 7.
So we know she loves it. She's a real
7's getting tailed, not 1.
too early for perhaps at this real season level, but then we have a look at
7 is not in a great shape also. There's something not right with that horse.
I think he'll lob in for just try to pinch that 2 or 3 legs, which we know he's customary of doing. He can do that. He's going to be so $1.90, still fixed odds for the Hong Kong champ David Hayes, Zach Putin at $1.35 on the total $1.30 as I speak. $5.50 about the second selection in Jolly Star from a market perspective. But how are you playing it?
Yeah, I'm happy to have a couple of runners here on the world tote. One being Jolly Star, and even though he's not in my top 4, I'd have something on Briasta as well, just because I thought it was certainly a decent price on the world tote there at $19. Just seems silly when you're looking at 13 on the fix. So that's what I'm doing. I'm looking at fixed and going, okay, Jolly Star, I'll take Briasta, I'll have you just like those world totes. This, of course, is the first leg of the quaddie as well. There seem to be 2 philosophies, and we've debated this. One is that you go Kaying Rising 1 out. If you want to throw horses in to beat Kaying Rising, given the popularity overseas and the fact that we have the World Pool for the quaddie, you're better to actually leave him out. Now, I've gone with the 1 out philosophy. You've gone with the leave him out philosophy.
Gentlemen, if you like what we do handicapping, racing analysis, and if you like what we do, please give us a like, subscribe to our channel. It'll just help us grow.
Because there's going to be so many horses around the world that are going to go.
We do our analysis purely based on mathematics and science. We do not include any price action.
The $10 million Everest back in 2017, won by Red Zell, and now the prize pool.
Just training for what's coming.
Creates legends like Classic, creates sides like Yes, solidifies greatness for horse and horsemen alike. For Nature's Group, the crowning glory back in 2021. For Hall of Famer Les Bridge, a combination of a life's work and classic legend was win as well. Let's get to Darren Flindell for the call of the 2025 at South Everest. Cannot wait.
Lady Shenandoah, so the last couple to move in for the running of the Tab Everest. Even money now, Kaying Rising as Lady Shenandoah moves in. Magic Time is going forward, and we're just about ready to run. To the roar of a youthful crowd and their rough in the Everest and overpass began fast as expected. Kaying Rising's right there and now Marzu is whipping up underneath the pair. Lady Shenandoah's got a great spot fourth in front of Tempted. Further back to Jolly Star. They're followed then by Jimmy Star is going forward from the wide draw. Rias has got back in the field. Followed then by Angel Capital, Jeddah and Magic Time. Marzu shows the way. Overpass sits on the outside. Kaying Rising 2 lengths away. Third is trucking along. And Jimmy keeps him company. Jimmy Star up on the outside. Followed by Tempted, Lady Shenandoah. And Jolly Star gets great cover turning for home. Marzu in front from Overpass. Kaying Rising 2 lengths away. Then Jimmy Star clear from Tempted, Lady Shenandoah. Jolly Star down the outside. Overpass takes the lead by a length. Kaying Rising stoked up. Horton says, come on, boy. Show the Aussies what you've got. Kaying Rising moved up to Overpass. Clear from Jimmy Star.
One.
Kaying Rising won the Everest. Second prize from Jimmy Star, Jolly Star. Then came Overpass. Angel Capital Lake. Further back,
112.
War Machine.
Man, that 12 got it. Too good. 112.
Superstar, simple as that. Lake Caviar, Frankel Winks, another one of the list. Modern day superstar. Forget Kaying Rising. Kaying has risen rapidly to the top of Mount Everest. The world's top-rated sprinter has come here to Australia and given our best a beat. Tempted has run into the minors. A big run as well by Jimmy Star, causing a bit of a stir by pushing forward there, which not too many anticipated. This does have an Aussie flavour to it. Zach Curtin, of course, Australian born. And then we have David Hayes. And let's not forget, David Hayes is a Hall of Famer. But he had a little fake of magic who was desperately unlucky in the inaugural.
It's very difficult to understand the numbers, but 5 never came into it. Yeah, difficult. Frank. I'll show you what happened. Hold on, let me get the numbers. So we know 1 and 12 definitely got in. That 12, man, it came in 112. And then what happened is something that we will figure out. It had everything, but the difficulty was huge. But look at what they are. I mean, and then what happened is something that we need to figure out. Hold on. 1 and 12, I know. 1 and 12 we seen.
Privatised. A little bit of luck from the party at a. It's too strong luck. Oh, he's getting.
Still haven't updated, but I'm trying to get it. Come on.
Private eye the pick. And he's got effective because forward. Forward. Stand up. Shot.
Yeah. 1, 12, 4 and 3. 1, 12, 4 and 3. 1, 12, 4 and 3. So 1 and 12 with the highest leverages. These were, I mean, all that did not work. This thing went through. Then it is this one, 1, 12, 4, and that 3. The 6, Mazu, was written badly. This thing could have worked for Mazu, but they raved. You're not supposed to rave that horse. That worked. Anyway, so that's the promotion. That is the promotion which has been given to them. That's a 53% had this. I was a little reluctant on 12 because of the jock. That's all. The jockey handicapping. Otherwise, they look like that 1 and 12. Anyway, we'll go to the next 8. Bro, when is your cup? Arman, when is your cup? The couple cup. I play it here. 8 is like that. 1, 9, 11, and 5. So 1 is the favorite. It's a neutral. It's a neutral from gate number 12. Again, that pressure will not work on this. Generally, it doesn't work. That's gate number 12. This 9 is the linear. 7 is the second linear. Both of them are in good hands. There's no reason for those things not to work. Let's get number 9. There is no such drop as such unless we take the 5, which is the drop. $85. So 9. We'll talk about this. 9 is the linear. Should work. There's 110. This is 50. That's a separate issue. But here, it's a drop. $36. From here at 36.9. 3. We'll take a look at this later. Let's just race 8 Caulfield. Caulfield is still not racing. Let me just check. Caulfield is racing. Ascot!
Nice. All down late for Nashra Willer. Dominant at the finish and paying early $2 range across all of the totes. A horse that cost them just $62,000 is now on over $12.5 million, Yoda.
Well, hey, that's some sort of record, isn't it? Tops the $12 million mark and just never going to lose that race after they went 50 metres. Just got control up outside the 20 to 1 pole. Cruising, travelling well. Nash never out of second gear. And the heart rate never went up, I don't think. And then broke clear and pretty soft late. That made it was call there. Warnie's run a terrific race and Stephanie best of the closest from the back. But winner in a different gravy.
Won 14 races, Gator, and pre that he was $8 for the All Stakes and $15 for the Champion Sprints in futures betting at Talent.
Yeah, it'd be interesting which way they go. I think 1400 these days is he's getting a bit older. It just suits him so well. I think the mile's still a little bit of a test. We saw that last start, and they could easily come back to 1200 and run in the Champion Sprint. Straight track, 1200, and he'd be powering late in that.
Terrific horse, Private Eye, winning race number 8. The Cup is up next. The Caulfield Cup, half yours. Best bet of the day for Gator, the current favourite, with the tap. 280 this morning, 3 back to 280 late. Royal Supremacy, the Metrop went at 9 this morning, 950 to 850. It's the only other one in single figures. A couple of nibbles at odds at this point. Middle Earth is certainly one of those. $13 into $11. And Deacon is another $16 into $14. The Caulfield Cup is next at Caulfield, and time to go. Local time at 5:15. 6th event, Newcastle is one of the features. The Jungle Juice Cup at the 1350 racing here for 50k. Earl of Bantry is racing well on the Denham Cup at Musselburgh last time out. 280 this morning, 250 back out to 280 late. And Rebel Rhapsody number 7 is best back to beat it. It's won 2 of 3 this campaign and won at Scone 1300 last time out. $5 into $4.20. They are the two biggest inward moves on the tab, the top 2 in the trade. Looking late to the bookies, Earl of Bantry 260 15 minutes ago, currently 280, and Rebel Rhapsody 460 to 4. And started deck number 1, 7 into 650, and slightly longer odds, Rajnish number 6 is $11 into $9.50, and for the real thrillers, fee 2 number 3 is $31.71, back to $61 as we take it to film.
Okay, thanks, Marno. Race number 6 here, and this is the 2025 edition of the Jungle Juice Cup. Of course, traditionally run with the now decommissioned Cessnock racetrack. Was historically a very big day in terms of racing in the lower Hunter, with dozens of coaches loaded full of people, and infield full of marquees, the home straight full of marquees up to the 200 metre mark. It's now the race run here today, and the Cessnock Cup also run here today. That's coming up a little bit later on. The whitish market, Earl of Bantry, Cameron Crockett, the $2.80 favourite. So coming in, or about to, in fact, no blue light on at this stage. Barrier blanket on Rebel Rhapsody. Cowboy Ollie, the rider, out of the saddle. And can't immediately pick up the reason for the delay. But no sign of the moving in at this point. Still no blue light on top of the gates. So we're $2.80 for Earl of Bantry, $3.70 for Rebel Rhapsody, $6 to Son of Deck, $8.50 for number 9 Cool Lad, and $9.50 for 2 Dashing Rupert. Number of chances, and there's still no sign of a move up here. The rider of Cowboy Ollie, Sienna Grimer in the gates. Looks like the starter and waiting to try and get the blindfolded Cowboy Ollie into the gates before any of the others move up. But at this point, Cowboy Ollie not keen to get anywhere near the gates in actual fact. So working on Cowboy Ollie, and the others being kept well back. Has had its barrier issues in the past, Cowboy Ollie, and they're on display again today. Now the blindfolded Cowboy Ollie about to come up into the gates. It gets the head and shoulders in. Feels the gates on his shoulders, and he backed back immediately. So they're showing some patience here with Cowboy Ollie.
All right, Newcastle running very late there for the Jungle Juice Cup. That goes to Sky Racing 2. It's also live. Take notes on Sky Thoroughbred Central. Fifth event from the Gold Coast.
Can't put the Gold Coast. Can't put the Gold Coast. The Gold Coast is going to give us a copyright. Meanwhile, we'll finish the 8. So the 1 is the favorite. It is the same problem. It's a neutral from gate number 12. It doesn't have the pressure for 1300 meters to build up. 9 is from gate number 3, is the linear. One looks difficult. One looks difficult from gate number 12 with that pressure to win. 9 is the linear. It is 190, 32, 89, 6, 86, 85. That 3 is a possibility. The 3, the horse cannot win. It doesn't have the physics, but with that, it is quite capable of getting into the second position. That's an 85. Is an 86. The 1 is better, but it doesn't have the pressure. The pressure is here. And even if we try to feel, I think it is here. First and the second. And in between. The 5 is also a possibility. It is a very strong drop, but it is also the same difficulty. We'll see how it works. I like the 9, and the 3 is a check. The 3 is a possibility. Let's see how it works. They're morphed right now. Anyway, they're showing Bendigo. We can put on Bendigo.
And the last one up will be Swift Circle. Almost 13 million at stakes for Private Eye, but the third horse was Some Run, just saying. And this, the starters on the platform here in the Lake Links for the Kieran Byrne building. Ready and off. Sky Sister off the inside jumped clearly the best. Rentessus is away safely. Triple Malt there, and so is Graham. Next in the field was Wrigley Field with Runaway Soul railing up and Bonds Bling wider. Jugyong's third from the back over Kilkenny Lass, and Swift Circle is last with 1,000 metres to gallop. Sky Sisters on top, a half length on Graham. Third the inside, Triple Malt, and Rentessus is going to get a beautiful run fourth. Bonds Bling 3 deep around Wrigley Field and Runaway Soul on the inside. Then followed further back to Kilkenny Lass around Jugyong, and Swift Circle was the last one. Sky Sister being tackled by Graham, 600 metres to go. 2 lengths to Rentessus. Triple Malt the rails, and then Bonds Bling, followed by Wrigley Field, Runaway Soul. Well back Kilkenny Lass, Jugyong, and Swift Circle about to try and peel out from the back. Graham likes to bowl, and he's bowling into Sky Sister as they corner in. Rentessus to the outside, gets on one rein for a shade, but he's claiming them. Then Triple Malt back to the inside, followed by Runaway Soul and Wrigley Field. Rentessus moved up on the outside, took a narrow lead. Triple Malt is railing down the outside with a good run. Is Wrigley Field, and Runaway Soul gets up. Runaway Soul beats Triple Malt in a photo, I think. Rentessus ran out of puff late. Jugyong charged to the post. Then Sky Sister, Swift Circle, and also boxing on there in the field was Wrigley Field. Then Graham, followed by Bonds Bling.
Okay, so as is always the way when you keep getting the next race, it's agonisingly tight. The 3 surging at the 12. I don't really want to lean either way, Bradley. I'll upset somebody at Bendigo. We've got something to focus on here at Randwick anyway. We will put up that result as soon as we have it from Bendigo, but a photo between first and second, and Tessus in for third, we know that much. The Silver Eagle, worth $1 million. You know what? It's a nice reminder that we've got big races coming up, not just today, but of course later on in the spring here in Sydney as well, with the Golden Eagle coming up. Golden Eagle in a few weeks. The Golden Mingle as well, apparently. But you're going to get here and join in the singles party. I don't think Maddie would entirely appreciate that. No. But I'm sure everyone, well, actually, I heard someone on your radio show this morning said they were going to paint their whole body green for the supply party there, so they're obviously keen enough. I won't dive in exactly who that was. But yeah, nice reminder with the $10 million Golden Eagle coming up soon enough. This is the precursor to the grand final for 4-year-olds, and the Everest continues to attract international interest. So does the Golden Eagle. So does the Silver Eagle. We haven't had a horse do the double, but it is still a nice lead up and a good form reference. Yeah, certainly. And look, a horse like Linebacker, I must admit, when I was doing the form, he was one that I wanted to be a little bit against, just the 1,300 wide gate. But yeah, having a look at him in the yard, I think he's the best graded horse I've seen come through the yard today, and that's including all the Everest runners. He just looked $1 million. His attitude was good. And I think if he gets any luck from that wide draw, just the way he's looking, I'm certainly not as heavily against him as I was before. But, you know, we know that trial last week against Carjing Rising. He tried better than Carjing Rising. He just wanted to have Everest Overpass was in that trial as well, and of course ran so great
grade for fourth in the Everest before. So he's at the top of the market and probably rightly so on class. So the 3 runaway soul got that photo of Bendigo, probably knew it, getting the most out of that caliper at a big price, $18.70, $4.10, beating triple mold up along the inside, and Red Tessus in fourth, just wrapping that up with a nice little bow. I want to talk about Mayfair. Absolutely unloved when it comes to the tote and fixed dogs. One of 4 Baker trained runners in the race and one of 3 for Derby Racing. He was originally with Waterhouse and Bolton and always targeted at the bigger races, so they clearly had an opinion. It was only a neck off broadsiding in a Golden Rose this time last year. He's had 2 trials leading in, closing nicely behind Cabalas in the first and then winning easily over the Randwick 1200 in the second. Horse was a distant second in that Sundog, actually came out at the midweeks and won at the price. So that was a Warwick Farm on Wednesday. Heads up, by the way, there is an indefinite delay at Eagle Farm, so just take note of that. But yeah, Mayfair, I think is a good chance. The market says no. The market's saying he's going to need the run today, but look, he was gelded before his last run, and then this is his first run for the new yard. Love his trials, thought he could run well.
Lightning is the cause of that delay at Eagle Farm, by the way. Sabars looks a good chance. Jerry Wong, another. I love on pace runners dropping back in troops from 1400 to 12 or 13. The run in the Golden Pennant was great. Now by Manal, which comes up against genuine Group 1 players here, so it's a big test. That's it. Barry 1, our likely leader. There are a few better judges of speed than Tim Clark, who's on board.
100%, yeah, she puts herself close to the speed and she's going to run well. Sabaj is an interesting runner, being from South Australia now with the Mick Price and Ken Junior yard. I love what he's done today. He's now with the new yard. His trial was pretty inconclusive for mine, but it's a real X-Factor horse that can certainly play a part to finish here. So, how would you play it? The way I'm playing, I'm going to stick with Mayfair. I'd have something to play on him here. I just think the trials have been great, and I just hope he can be fit enough here first up to win. Of course, we know at his best what he can do around broadside and cove. So this might bet in the race, but like I said, the favourite has certainly paraded very, very well, and I couldn't talk out as much as I would have before about him.
Feels that we're slightly in the shadow of the Everest. What an amazing mountain it was this year that we got to climb with the Hong Kong superstar. There's so much anticipation for the King Charles as well. Coming up next, another $5 million race. But the Everest was, when everyone leaves today, they'll only be talking about one horse.
They will, exactly. Rising, and yeah, it was fascinating, wasn't it? Just to watch it all unfold and what he was able to do, and Zach Burton delivering on the biggest stage, as he always does. He's such a cool customer, and I'm sure David Hayes is going to soak that one in for some time.
Okay, the Silver Eagle and the Golden Eagle, they're still relatively new concepts. This is the natural forerunner to the grand final coming up in a couple of weeks. As I said, I've also been able to do the double. The first edition was run and won by the Inevitable. At that point, it didn't have Group 3 status, it now does. That came last year. It's always attracted good horses, though. The Inevitable slid in 2020, Aim in 2021, Valana in 2022 gave James Cummings his second. And then, of course, Australia last year.
John 210-12.
It's almost time for the Seal Silver Eagle. Here's your caller, Darryl Fendell.
It's moving forward. We'll be ridden quite here today, we were told earlier. And we're just about ready to run now. There's the light for the Silver Eagle. Stand by for dispatch. Ready to run. Line back very clear. The favourite. Set to go.
Number 1.
Just waiting for the all clear. Second leg of the quad in the gates are back now. They're off and racing. Point and Shoot's done it again. He's last out of the gates. Shangri-La Spring began fast together with Imperial Force inside, and now Spicy Martini, who's ripping across from the outside, joining Shangri-La Spring, going to third Imperial Force. Line back is a bit deep, going into the first turn, getting in advance of Mayfair, Jerring on the rails. They're followed then by Lord Penman on the rails. Snowy May's going forward around the field. They're followed by Harlem Queen. Raikkonen settles back. Depth of character, Point and Shoot, the last runner. Spicy Martini leads the way. Imperial Force to second. Then Shangri-La Spring. And Lloyd's got line backer up, running fourth, the hot favourite. Followed by Snow in May. Then came Mayfair further back in the pink cap. Over on the outside is Lord Penman as they come around the corner. And Jerringham the fence. Spicy Martini turns in front from Imperial Force, and now Linebacker is starting to go after them pretty quickly. He shakes the reins at Linebacker, and there's a terrific response. He opens up by 2 lengths. Coming through the pack, Lord Pimpin.
Oh God, look at that. One. Way too good.
In front of either Mayfair or Shangri-La Spring. Then Croydon shoots the bars the outside. Further back to Depth of Character doing its best work late. Snow and Nave did plenty of work, followed by Spicy Martini, Gong, Imperial Force. Further back to Raikkonen, and Harlem Queen was always towards the rear of the field.
Well, as you said in the parade, that Linebacker looked like the superior animal, and on track, that's exactly how it played out. $3 and $1.50. Zach Lloyd picks up the Silver Eagle aboard. Very good horse. How good? We're going to find out in a couple of weeks, I dare say. I thought it was a second. I thought the 7 might just get that Lord Penman from the 5, but it is a really tight go. Mayfield was sitting the line there late, but nothing really from the back end. Looked at danger to line back, and that was a fait accompli from 200 out.
Yeah, you looked at me in $1.70.
1-7.
He was 3 wide, no cover. The trip a little bit keen as well, not conserving that energy, but
175, I think.
Just put him away in a matter of strides. Phenomenal performance, really, in all systems going down towards the Golden Eagle in a few minutes' time. Behind it, seem to have their chances. Having a look on first glance, he was just in another class for those today.
Coffee cup. Okay.
10 days ago.
So for Zach Lloyd, mixed fortunes in Silver Eagle last year.
Now it's Eagle Palm.
This year he takes out a big race, and for O'Shea and Charlton, they've only had one prior runner in the Silver Eagle. That was Rhythm of Love, who ran in the race last year as well, finishing 10th. So turning fortunes for both trainer and jockey combinations. Still a photo for the minors, 7 and 5, the most prominent in those. We'll get back to Mardo. Ahead of race number 7 at Eagle Farm, we have the King Charles coming up next.
After Linebacker's brilliant performance to claim the Silver Eagle was $8 for the Golden Eagle proper prior to that romp. And it's $3 across the totes and $1.50 for the place. So it's $1.75. It makes 3 will be 4th, I'd say, to the Silver Eagle. And as Ben just pointed out, we got the Group 1, the second of the Group 1s, of course, the King Charles as the next assignment. And a quick check of the marketplace there. Blake Forrest is the favourite now. $6 into $4.20. Mr. Brightside, 5, $4.80 back to 5. Fangirl, $3.80 to $5.50 back into 5. Pride of Jenny, Damo's top pick, $4.60 out to $5. Now, there is a storm in the area at Eagle Farm. That's the current pictures. There's lightning in the area, so we've got a delay ahead of the running of race number 7. So, indefinite delay at Eagle Farm. They're not going in 2 from now. Wagga will be next on Sky 1. A break. Back with more other side.
So Eagle Farm has a delay, and I think they've given us a copyright with the music. Man. Anyway, we'll take a look at the race number 9 till that time. And I will put on the coffee cup once it gets live. Nine. Four, 1, 10, 11. I don't know, 4 is the favorite. For some reason it is the favorite, but that's how it is. The 12 is something that I don't know what that 12 is doing. Maybe it's a 3-year-old filly. Well, again, the same thing, like, what happened here, that 12 with a 42% leverage here. This is this 12 is 19, 134. Superb numbers on this horse. But yeah, this is Mr. Brightside. This is one. Mr. Brightside is the best horse in Australia, apparently. So that's that. The 4 is like that. It doesn't have the rails to win. It's a 1600 meter. This one is a little scary. I don't know what that thing is doing here, but $11 is Pride of Jenny, and this is Pride of Jenny and Fangirl. I don't know, that's a little too much to expect. I don't know. 4 it doesn't fit the bill. The 12 is a scary one. I don't know what that is. I'll have to do a little digging on this, but I like the 1. Mr. Brightside is Mr. Brightside on 1600 meters is superb. So that's that. But the 12, I'll figure out what that 12 is all about. Let's go 11 where? They still have no feed for this thing. Caulfield. Or am I stuck? No, they're showing Wagga. Let's watch Wagga. Randwick 11. Yeah, 11 is good.
Strategy that racing in Sydney's been top notch, hasn't it? Kaying rising with Eddie Everest and Linebacker just winning the previous. Everyone's enjoying the coverage on Sky Racing 1. $3.20 Heavenly Kiss to win our last race here. Tell you that back Lucy Lulu first up today to the $6.50 after opening at double figures. Gary Colvin prepares locally here at Wagga. So hopefully we can load these up fairly quickly. There's still 6 to load here. Still 6 to load. Luna Jet, Lucy Lulu, Zabels are ringing, Heavenly Kiss, Magic Leprechaun, Finzi Icon. Once they're in, we'll be right to go. So Heavenly Kiss is the solid enough favourite to win. Our next race meeting here is Tradies Day. That's the 31st of October. So Heavenly Kiss has had a trial. We haven't seen it since its win at Albury back in May. It's a nice winner of a maiden there. It's had 9 starts, 1 win and 2 minor placings, prepared by former great jockey and Danny Beasley, who trains here locally at Wagga. And Luna Jet's coming up to the gate. So the last 4 to get set Magic Leprechaun, Kind of Blaze, the bells are ringing in the favourite. Heavenly Kiss, Pierre Villain on board for Danny Beasley. So just hearing a two-way going off next door. Hopefully I'll be able to pass on some news for you. Late scratching, Kind of Blaze, 506, thank you very much. Kind of Blaze, number 6, a late scratching. So an issue there with Kind of Blaze. So that's why we are running very late. 3:30 Heavenly Kiss, a last look at the board. So the bells are ringing. Magic Leprechaun and Heavenly Kiss the last few. Some of these have been in the barrier. So the last couple, Kind of Blaze, if you've just tuned in, late scratching. Number 6 at 506. So it looks like just waiting on Heavenly Kiss to come forward. Heavenly Kiss will be the last one. Here, but Villain for Betty Beasley. Trotting up to the barrier. Last of 7 here at Walker. Wind Network, Country Boosted Class 2. We're set to run. Starter on the ladder. Distance is 1,200 metres. Waiting on that red light. Shouldn't be too far away. There it is, and they're off immediately now, and the starter caught them in a great line. Bar one, Finzi Icon missed it a few lengths. Winning the start, Drum Contra goes through and takes the lead from Dolly the Diva. Magic Leprechaun's up nice and handy, the Ellie Parter. Sandalini's not far away. Heavenly Kiss will settle down fifth, one away for the rail. Then the bells are ringing, followed next by Trifecta Ruby. Luna Jet third last. Then came the well back Lucy Lulu second last, settling down, and Finzi Icon is detached at the rear. Drum Contra led down the side from Dolly the Diva. Magic Leprechaun, Sandalini tucked away fourth. Heavenly Kiss is fifth on the outside. They were followed by the bells are ringing down towards the turner. Then came Trifecta Ruby. Luna Jet's getting well back with Lucy Lulu and Finzi Icon around the turner. And the leader Drum Contra narrowing. Now Magic Leprechaun, despite being a little bit deeper, starting to chime here. 2 lengths away, Heavenly Kiss starting to warm up, and then Sandalini, 2:20 left to run. Heavenly Kiss trying to chase down Magic Leprechaun. Sandalini slicing through in the middle. Then came Drum Contra further back to Lucy Lulu. The leader Heavenly Kiss to go from Magic Leprechaun, pulling away now the favourite. Heavenly Kiss too good. Beat, I'd say, Magic Leprechaun just in front of Sandalini. Then Lucy Lulu further back to next in the field there was a Luna Jet. Trifecta Ruby, Finzi Icon past a few in the straight. Drum Contra, the bells are ringing, Dolly the Diva.
Heavenly Kiss wraps up the longer meeting with a win at $3 New South Wales to 80 Super Tab 290 on the UTAB. Big thanks to Ben for terrific coverage today from Wagga. We're almost upon the biggest of them all from Caulfield, and that is what we're chasing in the Caulfield Cup, a very old race. First contested in 1879 and won by some of our greatest gallopers in the years since. And of course, it's now the richest handicap race in the world that's run over 2,400 metres, racing here for $5 million. Best bet of the daytime, David Gately, for you is half yours, and what a cup trial it was in the Tap Turtle Stakes.
Yeah, look, as good as the cup trials I've seen, probably since incentivised. I mentioned that in the opener today, all through the week, taking ground off Escena and running quicker last 200 than Sir Delius. Very easy to like. Of course, that race, the turbo, set weights and penalties, so he comes back to a handicap here. He's so well weighted, he's drawn ideally. He just needs gaps. He needs gaps to come at the right time, and he looks the one to beat. He's been well supported, and I think rightfully so. This import, Maiden having his first Australian start, it's just run well in a September Stakes. He'll love the linebacker out here with the tap time. The whole pub was on that horse, so it was a great win. But yeah, Maiden, certainly with a September Stakes form, ran third, gap fourth. Winner of the race had Rugal form. You got Deacon here across the line with half yours last start. He'll be stronger at 2,500. He's a big prize. And Middle Earth, that finally gets to 2,400. As well. No way ahead. It's 15, 14, this is today. $2.80 at $2.80.
basically a mover there. Let's have a look at what's happened in the last 15 minutes with bookmakers. Should have at half yours at $2.70, 10 to $2.20, and it's been very well tried everywhere. Royal Supremacy $8.50 out to 9, 10 to 11 for Foreman. Buddy to Deacon in the Gately mix, $15 into $13, and ditto for Adelaide River, number 8 skater, $21 into $18. Another one coming through the Tab Turbo was placed in the Kingston Town, 2 starts back behind Birdman.
Yeah, he was very good that day. The Birdman race, he just missed, and loved his late surge there. He led in the Turnbull and faded, but certainly not badly. He's won well and truly suited back to handicap conditions at 2,400. So I can see what they're thinking with him. I think he's then that second bracket of chances.
Half yours, that's your top chance. And geez, emerged quickly, hasn't he? People started noticing him when he won the Caloundra Cup at the Sunshine Coast brilliantly. And a couple of runs later, he was winning a Group 3 naturalism here. And we talked about that Slashing Cup trial. He's emerging quickly.
No, he's that, and similar profile again, referencing incentivized.
Wallace! Long time, Wallace. Race 9, we're going to work it out. The race 9.
And if he could run really well in it. But as you've just suggested or said, he's actually come on since then. The naturalism win was so powerful. And then an enormous run in the Turnbull. A real, basically the perfect Caulfield Cup drive.
What's the privacy? What's the rate of the Metro?
Good strong win in the Metro. That form was franked to some extent earlier today, also with a few horses out of that race, Edna Rosso and Co running so well in Distant Ledger. He's at second level form, probably. But if a few others have a bit of bad luck in the run, we saw Duke DeSessa beat Buckaroo last year, just had a better run, so he'll be peaking for this. A stable know how to peak their athletes for the grand finals, that's for sure.
Warman's on the third line of the train. He's a 4-time Group 1 winner and ticking along nicely again for Waterhouse Bond.
John is on Caulfield Cup.
He's going well. He ran really well in the Metro.
3:11.
And his big weight. Of course, he has the same problem, inverted commas here, in that he still has to carry the big weight, the 58.5. And that's the nature of these great handicap races in Australia. They suit the horse on the up who sort of beats the handicap, if you like. And he does not fit that profile, but he's a world-class athlete. He's earned his weight.
We've got 3 horses making their Australian debuts. There are 4 internationals in total. The 3 we haven't seen are Presage Nocturne 2, Maidan, given a strong chance number 4, and from Japan, Golden Snap.
Yeah, look, I don't think anyone will be underestimating a Japanese horse in this country. They shouldn't happen for the last decade, and I don't think they will going forward. Are these horses more likely to run well here and head towards the Melbourne Cup? That's probably the profile, but as I say, I'm not saying no.
It's for the Group 1 Caulfield Cup of 2025. It's set the scene with that. There's so much colour and noise here on Caulfield Cup Day. It's Caulfield's Big Dance, beautiful conditions, and we have half yours the favourite, 2.4 on VOP and 2.35 on the World Pool. Making a good line at the top of the straights. Revelare goes in. Golden Snap just sauntering around nice and quietly, the Japanese stayer, as Banker's Choice awaits its turn. Also riderless at the moment is Vauban. Royal Supremacy has gone up into barrier number 6. Robbie Dolden with a white distinguishing cap. They continue to load.
Which one is Revelare? 3, John.
Moving up next to Deacon. This race this year containing only 2 riders that have won previously. Mark Zara aboard Middle Earth and Harry Coffey aboard Dardo. Of course, Harry winning it last year. So Land Legend is riderless as well, standing very quietly up against the outside fence at the moment.
So the tension building as Presage Nocturne stands very quietly next to Deacon. Maidan stands well next door to River of Stars. Banker's Choice has gone in. Land Legend goes up riderless. Sardozi's been placed forwards. She's pretty relaxed in her stall as well. White Distinguishing
John 12 is Revelary.
As Valiant King goes to the outside.
Got every place. Can't lose.
Golden Snap. And we should be very close for the Sportsbet Caulfield Cup. One of the great traditions of the Australian turf, the 149th running. Golden Snap goes in, and the field is locked away. Sardozi on its toes, so too Boban. Middle Earth's edgy in 3. Middle Earth's very agitated in 3 and wants to lift. The tendon goes in with Middle Earth. Royal Supremacy wanting to lift in 6. Seth racing in the Caulfield Cup. And Royal Supremacy didn't jump well. Deacon began well. Half yours moderately away. River of Stars began quickly with Adelaide River, Revelare. There's Banker's Choice from the deepest coming over. Makes a line of 4. They were followed by Deacon, steadily working across from an outside draw as Plymouth. Then came Boban. Half yours about 9th one off the fence. Maidan is 3 wide. Next in the field on the rails is Absurd, followed then by Middle Earth, Presage Nocturne. Towards the back of the field, Royal Supremacy, Golden Snap 3 wide. Sardozi, Birdman, Valiant King, and Land Legend. So the leader, Banker's Choice. 1,800 metres to go in the Caulfield Cup. Banker's Choice is the leader at 80 to 1. By a link 2 in second, Adelaide River. And third is Plymouth. A link and a quarter, River of Stars and Revelare, 5th one off the rails. A link and a half away, Deacon next on the inside as they start to climb with 1,600 metres to go. Further back is Boban, a length away at third. Half yours is just a shade beyond centre field. Maidan around the favourite. A length away in the field, Presage Nocturne as they reach the top of the course at the 1,200 metres. Golden Snap as well back in the field. They were followed by Royal Supremacy, Land Legend as well back too, with Sardozi towards the back. Valiant King and Birdman last as Adelaide Rivers put the foot down. Off the back section now with 1,100 metres to go and beyond, and Adelaide River has taken off and put 7 lengths on Banker's Choice, and they're 4 lengths in front of Plymouth. 2 further back, Revelare, and then came along the inside River of Stars. A length away to Deacon as they run by the 750.
It's a bad idea on that horse.
Next on the inside, Maidan is next. Half yours between horses, followed by Golden Snap, Land Legend, and then well back in the field is Birdman. So it's Adelaide River coming up towards the home corner with 600 metres to go and beyond, starting to paddle. 3 or 4 lengths in front of Deacon giving chase now. They were followed by Banker's Choice. Under pressure, Plymouth, River of Stars. Where's half yours? It's hooking towards the outside. Adelaide River as they reach the 250 coming back to them. A length, River of Stars. Here's half yours on the outside. Half yours chiming in. Half yours from River of Stars. Presage Nocturne. Half yours ring away. Half yours a famous win for Jamie Mallam and Team Mac. It is half yours from River of Stars. They were followed by fighting out third, Presage Nocturne and Valiant King. Next to finish in the race, Birdman in company with Royal Supremacy, Deacon, Adelaide.
Yeah, that was good. They're on some other race, but here is the thing. I don't know what that 12 is going to do. It's a 3-year-old filly. We just had one up here, which was like with a 42% leverage on this. It just came in second, had the physics. This one, this 12, is also with the physics. It's the second linear. This is the first. That's an 8-year-old Mr. Brightside. Ideally, this is that 4 is the favorite. The 4 is not in a great shape, but at this level what will happen, it doesn't also have the body weight required. The body weight is also missing, so not in a great shape. 11 looks like is deadly, but the 12 is also looking very deadly. So I don't know what the 12 is going to do. Honestly, it has the physics. It's there in some way, but the problem is this, that the pressure model is not here. It doesn't have the pressure, and the reason why it doesn't have the pressure is because it is -10. All right, that's what I was looking at. What exactly is wrong with this horse is at -10. So -10 is a huge challenge, but even if you take it out, it stays at 124. So that is still way more than any of these horses. Even if we take out the difficulty from this horse, then also it is, if we take out the difficulty out of this, then 134 becomes 124. But even then it is huge. But I don't know what it is capable of doing. But at this point of time, it doesn't have pressure to build on. The pressure is on Mr. Brightside, which is the linear up here. And I think it is the 4. Again, it's not in a great shape. I don't know what it is capable of doing. I definitely like these 3 horses: 1, 11, and 10. 1 falls to 34, 116, and 10, which is gate number 11 for a 7-year-old mare. Maybe a little stretched, but still it's got the physics, everything, all that is there. 61, even in this case also, the pressure is more than this 3-year-old filly. So it's a Wallace, you were asking about a war horse. So I don't know if this is a war horse, but this is certainly something that is quite capable of putting things upside down. The 12. I don't know whether it will actually be able to do, because if it gets into pressure play, then here the maths will work here. 1, 11, 10. 4 doesn't fit the bill. But let's say things go upside down for some reason, which is quite possible. Because at the end of the day, these are all 8-year-old, 7-year-old. This is a 3-year-old. And if you look at those numbers, those are very dangerous numbers to look at. Will it actually be able to do it? That's a separate question. With that difficulty, it's not easy for her. It's not easy for 12, but they're all 8-year-old, 7-year-old, and all that coming from gate number 12. This is coming from gate number 6, and the numbers are lethal on this 12. So that 12 is a problem which is here. It's got the physics to do this. There's no problem as such. But if that's not there, then the game is here. I definitely am 111. war horse is the best horse. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you remember those days when we used to race and we used to keep looking for the war horses. Gentlemen, if you do not know, Wallace is talking about last year when we did not have the body weight calculated. Right now, we have the body weight calculated in newtons. It is not in kgs, but Wallace is talking about back in those days when we used to look around the paddock to look for a big horse. And we used to call it a war horse. The big horse that looks like a war horse. And, you know, we had a lot of fun with those horses back in the days. And I'm so glad you remember those times, Wallace. Those were beautiful times. Those were beautiful times. We had a lot of fun. The coffee beds, the war horses. It's showing morph at this point of time. Golden days, yes. Golden days. Beautiful times that we have spent, and those are all documented. You know, there's going to be a day when none of us are going to be here, but those chats, those good times are always going to be here. Anybody can just go on YouTube, watch those races, and you know, those are good fun. And the triple P. Who can forget the triple P? But I miss Jimmy. I haven't heard from him for a very long time. Jimmy, after Donald Trump got into White House, Jimmy has gone missing. I don't know why, but that's the thing. The last time when I spoke to Jimmy was before Donald Trump became president, and after he became president, Jimmy is gone. Yeah, he was a very emotional guy. He went through a lot in his life, but he was a kid. If you speak to him, Wallace, if you speak to him, he's like in his mid 40s. But if you speak to him for 5-10 minutes, you will know that he never grew beyond 12 years. His mind is still stuck at a 12-year-old kid. He thinks like a 12-year-old kid. Okay, so we are at Randwick, and that's what is happening.
Ben and Brad, trackside.
Thanks very much. Yeah, hard to believe off the back of the Everest, a $20 million race, that we now have a $5 million race in the King Charles. And it's a race with a long history, albeit with a name change only a couple of years ago. It's been Group 1 for many, many a moon. I don't really know whether we've recovered this yet from the carrying rising excitement of the Everest, but this really is worth a big build-up, because when you have a look through the honour roll and the horses that we have here today, between Mr.
John? That's got the highest advantage. I don't know if that'll work, but if it works, it'll be huge.
Can she hold on, of course? We saw what she did in the Queen Elizabeth here a few years ago. So exciting, great race, and really looking forward to it.
So, Mr. Brightside is the first horse for us to highlight. So, winner last start, bounced back in Mackay Diva and said, once again, I am the best miler in the country. I've been the best miler for many a moon. When are you guys going to shut up and realise? I still have it. I miss him every time.
I know, he's an unbelievable horse. I mean, is there a more genuine horse in Australia? I don't know. He just turns up every single time he goes to the race. There's $17.9 million in prize money. He's got a great record on the track of the trip here. 3 starts for 2 wins. Of course, he's a 12-time winner. The mile, and he's the one the market's loving here. They're really centred around him. Fangirl's, of course, favourite earlier, not anymore. We see there right at the top of the market, Mr. Brightside.
So, Wolf gets the blinkers for the first.
Where's Atoman? Atoman, your favourite. Brightside, Mr. Brightside is on.
Capable on his day. Joe Pride has always insisted that he'll peak for the grand final. And he's not the sort of guy just to slap the blinkers on without prior thought. When he does it, they generally improve.
100%. And he said this on radio during the week, that wait for the blinkers for the right time. Sometimes he feels others can go a bit early, but you really wait and hold back, you make it have an even more impact. And that might be the case with Wolf today. He won this race last year, like you said. And one thing he loves is a hot tempo. He's going to get that with Pride of Jenny in the race today.
In quite an amusing pre-race shadow.
It's a very good one, Dawes. It's a very good one.
He won the race with Sacred Falls back in 2014. As soon as I said that, you could kind of see him gaze off into the distance. He had no idea that George Main was now the King Charles III with the name
And
changed.
J-Mac is on.
It was very quick to point out the same prize money did
Queen
not arrive when
Jenny.
he won the race, but I'm sure it was lucrative enough. But what do you make of William Agus's runner?
Yeah, I'm not going to feel sorry for Zach Burton about not making more money back then. I think he's well and truly made up for it now. But look, I think this horse got a great chance. I think he's going to relish the strong tempo, the dry ground, and another one that the market's just really cottoned onto here late, isn't it? It's quite fascinating the way this market's heading. You can see the real gravitation towards Mr. Brightside and Lake Forest.
Okay, Fangirl. So, James McDonald has won it 3 times, with Very Elegant in 2021, Panama in 22, and Fangirl in 23. Chris Waller has won it 9 times. When TJ won race 12, we thought, no one will ever catch him. He's on 9, and he doesn't look like stopping anytime soon. This is a lethal combination of horse that he's capable.
Oh, she's a superstar, there's no doubt about it. She's a great miler. She loves dry ground. The only concern I've got with Fangirl, I think she's much better in a race with the slow tempo. She's been in the slow tempo 12 times since 2023. She's on the 1 or place every time. In that same period, she's been in a fast run race 5 times and hasn't placed in one of them. Now, of course, today with Pride of Jenny, it's going to be a fast run race. So that's her Achilles heel for mine. She's never as good off a quick tempo, and that's my only concern.
Okay, quick thought on Pride of Jenny and the tip as well.
Yeah, look, she's my top selection. I think $5.50 is fair enough. I thought her win the other day was great. She looked fantastic in the mounting yard to me, and Kira Ma was very bullish about her chances. I thought she was the run in the race in this race last year. I think she would have won if she wasn't taken on early. And if she can get to the front, do her thing here, I think she's going to be awfully hard to run down.
Okay, so it was previously the George Main, now the King Charles III. Back in TJ Smith's time, it was an Epsom leader. But these days, it's run a fortnight later. History has shown you need a decent resume to win it as well. 17 of the past 18 winners had already won Group 1. They had that under the belt, and that includes last year's winner in Showwolf, who claimed an Epsom the start prior. Fangirl's back, as we mentioned, having won the race in 2023, as they look to a second success. The rest are chasing a first, hoping to add their name to a rich honour roll. Let's get to Darren Flindell.
We're ready to run. Racing now. Lake Forest was last out and Fangirl being taken back. Royal Patronage jumped well together with Elka still on the outside. He's showing plenty of speed towards the rails, and the filly within the law is bursting on the scene as well, and within the law races to a narrow lead from Royal Patronage. El Castillo's out wide. Peer right there, and now trying to Jenny. She wasn't ideal out, but Jenny is starting to muster on the outside. Pericles and the white cap took a sit clear from Chaywalk, pretty handy. Further back to Tom Kidden. Lake Forest goes to third last from Fangirl, and Yellow Brick is last of all. It's taken a while, but Jennings up there now, and Pride Jenny moves to a narrow lead from Mr. Brightside going up on the outside. Then came El Costello, Royal Patronage, and dropping back to fifth now is within the law. Further back to Peer from Pericles, Chaywolf, Tom Kidden, Lake Forest still back third last from Fangirl, and Yellow Brick the last one, 600 metres to go. Pride Jenny shows the way. Mr. Brightside stalks the mare coming to the turn. Then Royal Patronage, El Costello, Peer's pulling out. Further back to Chaywolf, running on the outside is Pericles into the straight. Pride Jenny in front by a length to Mr. Brightside. Chaywolf goes up the inside. Pericles is running on the outside. He's coming with a great run. Pericles together with Peer. Mr. Brightside's fighting hard, and then Chaywolf this far the minute. Chaywolf the far side. Chaywolf in front. He's going to go back to back in the
Three.
Great win today. Chaywolf really bouncing back to beat a brave Mr. Brightside and Peer. Then Peer.
Three.
Pride Jenny.
3-1.
Further back to El Costello from Tom Kidden. From the field to Lake Forest was one of the last ones to finish, along with Royal Patronage about second last.
Oh, Joe Pride, he's tried everything to get Chaywolf back to his best. Everything except one thing, those blinkers for the first time. He waited until grand final day to put them on. Chad Schofield with a beautiful steer, and we see this horse go.
I'll get the numbers. Wait. 3-1, I think we've seen that. 3-1 we've seen, but the rest of the numbers.
Mile in the front. In the gate. Good. Hold the back up. Back down. Right. On the cup. Tristan. 1400 metres.
Still haven't updated. It's taken a long time to update the races, man.
been on charge. Fortunately, one really good. Exactly. Trial. Further.
Come on. Like taking forever.
Like she's got not to win. They're looking to make. Not to win.
Yeah. 3186. 318 and 6. So 3. 1. 8. And 6. This one had a bad start. 11 had a bad start. 186. 3 and 1. Obviously, this is a 5-year-old building. So, absolutely no pressure on this. That was a horse. 3186. We'll go to the last race today here, which has got so many horses that doesn't even fit in the screen. But luckily there are loads of scratching. 13, 16, 18. 18 has been scratched. 13 has been scratched. 16 has been scratched. 13, 16, 18, 20, 21, 22. 20, 21, 22. Right. Okay. Take the odds. 14, 7, 19, and 3. So this will not work for me because there were a lot of scratchings, and when we get a lot of scratching, I've still not been able to fix this. It has to be done automatically. What happens when there's a lot of scratching? There is going to be a change in the gate numbers, and when the gate numbers change, some of the numbers here will change. So this is not a clear go for me. There's a lot of scratching. 6 horses has been scratched. So the 14 is the favorite. Ideally, there's a little bit of understanding that we have on 14. That's that. So from gate number 12, that's not the right. That's not the right arrangement. That's not the right arrangement from gate number 12. I think it's 14. If we have to go blind, but I'm going to stay out of this because I have, I lost data on this one because of the scratching. So I'm going to be out. And the data here, whatever is showing, is not right because of the scratching. The gate numbers will change definitely. Okay. And when the gate numbers change, the payload will change. And if the payload changes, then those are not the right numbers. So I'll be out. And this is not something that we can refer to why it happened. Only after I put them into the system we can figure out what happened. Caulfield 7. They're showing Caulfield. They just scored Caulfield. 5. They're going to show Newcastle. I'm going to put on Newcastle.
And just held up at a key stage. No panic from Blake Sheehan. I can't remember the last time I saw him panic, but it was probably a decade ago. He just waited for the horse that had worked harder in the run to drop off. Hits the split and she unleashed a powerful finish. It was the right form, the Valley, because Splashback came through underneath her and ran a great race back in Shred today. The bossy Nick, our roughie, was every chance, but she was rock solid, just no match for the Quinella. The well back to Miraval Rose, well, she just didn't have all her own way today. And when that was the case with Sassy Boom, who dropped right out, just put the pressure on her, and I think it brought her undone today.
She finishes with a treble on Caulfield Cup Day and a bounding pace $291.20, $170 and $3 for the minors. One should be fourth. First, we thank Matt Hill for terrific coverage of Caulfield Cup Day. Jamie Mellum and half yours, brilliant in the feature, Gator.
Indeed, that was obviously the story of the day. Caulfield Cup and Jamie Mellon, who had some detractors in the last few weeks, but there was no panic from her. She was riding hot front, but she steered the horse beautifully. And the only box left to be ticked, the horse had to be good enough to win, and half yours was. That's the story of the day, and really exciting this sail on the upward spiral.
And we'll see you next week for Cost Late Day. Shane, there'll be no Sir Delius, though.
Yeah, that is a bit of a shame, but look, we'll have a great race because it's the best 2 minutes in sport. So can't wait for that. We'll find some winners at Geelong during the week before that, but bring on the next week, mate. No sleep. Who wants to sleep this time of year?
As always, from the Sporting Globe at Richmond, David Gately. And a great job on Caulfield Cup Day from all concerned. Now we're wrapping up Newcastle. Race number 8, under 30 seconds. Wayne Toya is a former Kiwi, placed both Australian runs, 240 and a 185. It has been crunched to chalk up its second career win at start number 7. With the tab fixed, let's look at the bookies, like 240 into 180 there. So Toya is really popular. Surreal I Am at longer odds, 8 out to 11 is back into $9 as the toppy. Was winning at this 1,500 metre course 2 starts back. It's the only spec to beat the favourite, Uncle Harry, and sandwich between the two, $4.20 out to $4.40. Let's head to Phil, wrap it all up.
Okay, thanks, Marto. Yeah, final event here. The last of these runners have just arrived at the gates, mile shoot, and the blue light has been turned on. So loading about to get underway here for the last. Got a field of 10 to run. This is a benchmark 64 over the mile. And one-way traffic for Natoya, third up today. To the mile, the only other runner in the market is Uncle Harry. So 190 for Natoya, 460 Uncle Harry, double figures the rest. Now the favourite Natoya about to come up as Alpine Candy goes in, Mission Bravo in there, Oakfield Peewee likewise. Looks like we've got 3 left to load, Natoya being let up. They've moved in well here for the last. Jess and I. It is coming up now. Jess and I comes in. Uncle Harry being led forward. About to close off Jungle Juice Cup, Cessnock Cup Day here at Newcastle this afternoon. Red light away. And Mission Bravo out the back early. Set not all that well served. Think we're there at Oakfield Peewee. the first two to begin. Cerulli got Thebes into fourth. Legs outside was Alpine Candy, and Jess and I was next. Uncle Harry looking to slot in at that point. Natoya getting back, followed by Mission Bravo and Gazette back at the tail. So 1,200 metres left to go. Down the back straight, Oakfield Pee-wee takes up the running and led by a half length. Second is Think We're There, and Thebes out three wide striding forward. Then Cerulli and being covered up by Alpine Candy. Jess and I wide in that pack as well. They were followed next by Mission Bravo, who is back along the inside as they make their way off the back straight and head down the side. Natoya's on the outside of Mission Bravo, and back at the tail is Gazette, and Uncle Harry is now back with it. Oakfield Pee-wee leads down the side of the track, still a half length in front. Over Think We're There, Thebes No Luck, three wide the trip, followed by Cerulli Alpine Candy. Wider was Jess and I. 2 lengths away then, Mission Bravo. Natoya about to peel to the outside. Further back's Gazette and Uncle Harry. Oakfield Pee-wee leads them into the straight, 420 up. Oakfield Pee-wee by a long neck, called upon us. Think We're There. Thebes' game, it's still running on. Alpine Candy working out wide, and Natoya's starting to run into it. Cerulli runs up on the inside, and Mission Bravo is looking for a split. Plenty of chances. Oakfield Pee-wee, Thebes, Natoya out in the centre. Natoya descended on them, sprinted to the lead. Natoya dashing away. Natoya's going to take out the last. Uncle Harry came from well back, got second. Jess and I got third, ahead of Cerulli Thebes, Gazette, Alpine Candy, Mission Bravo, Oakfield Pee-wee, and Think We're There.
So Natoya much too good for its first Australian win. The former Kiwi, the return is odds on across all of the tapes. Seventh event from the Gold Coast is the next.
Good night, John. And thank you so much for being here, my friend. Randwick is about 5 minutes away. And I also wanted to mention one thing that, I generally, I used to upload the races right after the live streaming is over. But on some occasions, we do have to, wait because during the live streaming, we capture some music, which is copyright content, and those musics need to be removed, and that takes a little time. So if you're looking for this, the replay of this video or the live stream, it'll be available within 7 to 8 hours. So by the time we get the updates on the music part, and I'm able to remove that music, it takes about 7 hours. So that's the reason for the delay in the upload. Otherwise, when we do not have an issue with the music, I upload that immediately. However, today we've captured some music. The first race, we captured some music. And we also captured a little bit of music somewhere in between somewhere. So those things need to be gone. Otherwise, it'll be an issue. So if you're looking for the stream, it'll be available in 8 hours. The replay of this, the recording.
Let's take you to Ben Way. Brad Davidson on track.
Thanks very much, Matt. I appreciate your help throughout the course of the day. I hope you found a few winners, and I hope those watching have done so as well. Yeah, the music quite often kicks off before they get underway for the last. So just bear that in mind. If you can't hear us or we can't hear ourselves think, you know what's happening. Well, you're not here, I know why. You're bopping around. Like you were bopping music in the middle, you'd be bopping around. It sounded older. I don't know that I'm going to be popping anywhere, but I will be having a bit in the last and hopefully finding a winner this week will go. So Laura Bisco trimmed in $4.60 and $4.40 from an open of $9 today. Well, $5.50 and steady enough. Empire $6, Sergeant Major $6.50, Serati up to $10 now.
That was 2 and 4.
$8 out to $13. So this week going away for 3. Yeah, and always not in your body, Ben. So you're there a bit nervous at the moment, but look, Lord Biscay, as you said, the one they're back. We caught up lane last time, so if we keep that, the run 5 was pretty good. 1400 looks ideal. I thought it was a really tough race to build today. It was wide open. I thought 440 is probably a bit too shitty, but the horse that on stayed very good. The genuine excuses last time out, the run 5, the Snap Road Hill was terrific, and you got a good overall record and a good jockey aboard today. Serati was fairly local, first up over the 1200, which was maybe not the ideal trip to the June anyway. 1400 at home before that. Who ran second? I'm not sure. Okay, not taking it anyway. They're really good horse. Is there enough? With him just at the odds and give him a good tempo and he gets down the middle, but I do concede that it was a race set up with a really fast tempo the other day, really released that, but I thought he was beginnable fight, but only had no line at all. So he's a horse that's in a good frame of mind and as good a chance as most in a very open race in the last. Kukuela always has promised a lot. I wouldn't say has under-delivered, the record's good, but maybe we just set the bar a little high. Joe Pride, I know, is pretty keen to see the source back into the races. Out of Anonymous giving a good push as well. Yeah, go back 3 months ago, we all thought he was a wet tracker and shown in the last sort of month or so that that's certainly not the case, that he's adaptable on all ground. He was a good thing beaten 2 starts ago at Rhodes Hill and then rattled home again here at Randwick last time. The 1400 looks okay for me. He's won at 1300. The gate's some concern, sure, but he'll be strong late as he has been this last week. I don't think legacy so good, but we'll talk about World Alliance as we continue to make our way down the book. So Jack Lawrence had a good day. He pairs up with Matty Smith, who, again, he had a good day too with Idle Fly earlier. So we're expecting him to start a little bit here today. Well, he's got a good turn forward. We've just got to see the 1400 now. That's a little weird, but he races like he's looking for this extra trip, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does enjoy it. He's certainly a knockout chance in the last one. I'd be probably hoping if you are in the body, you get a little collect there out wide. Okay, and Rock Empire, close to the bottom. Horse number 14, Rachel King, Waterhouse and Fire. Horse that won on the Kensal gets well timed to go last up. Yeah, he just found the 1200 too short, fresh, 1400 much more to his liking. And it's not a race with a lot of tempo on paper. He find that's going to be up there. Certainly no sort of strong advantage to be able to lead today by any means. It's a pretty fair track, but he'll give a really good kick, and it's just that last 100 the only concern. You touched on Private Legacy before I actually bumped into Greg Hickman earlier. I had a chat to him, and he's quite bullish that this should run well. He said, first and last prep, we had the 1 trial, 2 trials this time. He said, I'd be disappointed if he wasn't within 5 lengths of the winner, and I expected to run really well and sort of a knockout chance. Funny story with Private Legacy and Greg Hickman and myself. He tipped me this horse, said, I reckon she can win the Oaks. So I had a futures bet on the VRC Oaks, only for her not to accept, never turned up. Yes. And he said, mate, I wasn't talking about that Oaks. So I had another futures bet in the Sydney Carnival. Not there. The first Oaks I don't have a crack. This is by a pimple in the Australasian Oaks down in South Australia. Very, very close to taking out that race. And it just shows he's always had a really high opinion of her. He just
to deliver it. She's better on top of the ground too, but yeah, she gets it. She just took her time, didn't she? In her 3-year-old season, and now as an older horse, she's going about it the right way, and certainly a knockout chance at it. And very tough close here for those punters trying to find a winner in the last. It's not an easy one. I think there's 8 to 10 genuine chances. The early losing result from a tab perspective was Sergeant Major. A fair bit of the money pushing towards the likes of Lord of Biscay and Coyle here late. $4.40 about the 3 Lord of Biscay. You can see down the delve with Lavish Empire, which attracted a little bit of interest. There's a losing result from Tab's end as well. It's been a monster day here, Everest stage. The rise of Going rising. When will the rise stop? The world's best just keeps getting better. And of course, in a King Charles Chainwolf going back to back, well done to Joe Pride and shows Chad Schofield a remarkable achievement. I think he was back to his best as well. Let's have a look at the 10th event. This is the Equine Jockey Club World Pool Handicap. Here's Darren Flindell for the final time today.
Steady. Ready to run. Big field is 16. Starter about to press the button now. It's waiting for the all clear. Stand by. Racing now. What he goes left very smartly from the wide draw. That's great acceleration. Sergeant Major's right up there, but what he goes is going to lead from Sergeant Major in the early part. Rock Empire's pretty handy down on the rails with Surati and Zuna right in the thick of the action as well as they go to the first turn. Then Lord of Biscay on the inside of Green Shadows. Now Kirk Whalen's in a 3-wide position. Doesn't appear to have any cover at this point. It's well timed. Whips up on the outside. Then World Alliance, Lavish Empire got back off the inside draw. Why Marie's in a wide path. Further back then to Hollywood Hero, Private Legacy, Bianco Villano. Get a fix is the last one. Sergeant Major kicked up on the inside and narrow leader from what he goes. Going to third, Sooner on the outside. Then Brock Empire, Serati between them. They're followed after a length to Kirk Whalen, well timed off the track. Lord of Biscay, the post-time favourite, 3 back the fence as they turn. Into the straight, Sergeant Major in front from what he goes. Rock Empire's got the inside run. Then Sooner, Serati held up. Kirk Whalen gets going. Down the outside as well timed. Hollywood Hero from a long way back. Borderline's put in a pocket. Lord of Biscay's got up the inside, making a good run. As Kirk Whalen lets down. Kirk Whalen moved up to hit the lead from Rock Empire. Then came well time, Lord of Biscay.
Seven.
Kirk Whalen does it on the firm track today. Kirk Whalen won it. Maybe well time second in front of Lord of Biscay and Rock Empire. Then Serati, followed by Hollywood Hero, Green Shadows. Further back to World Alliance, get a fix. From what he goes, Sergeant Major, Lavish Empire.
7-2-14, I think.
Wine Marie and Private Legacy.
As if Joe Pride's day could get any better, he takes out the last as well with $4.80 and $1.90. Was always sitting enough in the.
I think it's 7-2 and 14.
Always show promises. Win 5 at start 13. 300 and something. 343,000 in prize money going into this, so we're north of 400,000 now. Good horse. Yeah, he's a nice horse, isn't he? And he's set to go on to a little bit of a new level as well under Joe Pride. That consistency, adaptability, wet or dry.
Anyway, so what happened basically is whatever we understand from here is 7 was the linear. 7 was the linear. If the 2 is in between, that's that. 7-2 and 14, I think. Up here. So 7 went through. Anyway, that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it for today. We had 10 races today here at Randwick. That was the last one. But I'm going to be racing again on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat and try to have some fun here. We do horse racing analytics. So it's at times I know it's very boring. Why? Because we speak about a lot of numbers, mathematics, science, but that's, I feel, is the best approach to know the risks that are involved and to know the chances instead of going blind. So if you like the content that we create, please give us a like, subscribe, and let your friends know about us. That's all. Humble request, right? And thank you so much for being there, Dow's. Thank you so much, my friend, for being there. John, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Adaman, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Frankie, long time, but thank you so much for coming in, tuning in, and being there, my friend. Thank you so much for being there. Wallace, you bring in old memories, my friend. Thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you so much for being there, my friend. Dow, thank you so much. Frank. Bishwa, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Gatekeeper, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much. I can't thank you enough, but thank you so much for being there, my friend. William, thank you so much for being there, my friend.